Good afternoon. Welcome to Rialto Unified School District regular meeting of the Board of Education agenda, June 11, 2025 at the Dr. John R. Casaluna Educational Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Any individual who requires disability-related accommodations or modification, including auxiliary aids and services, in order to participate in the board meeting, should contact Superintendent designee in writing. Call to order at 5:30, open session. Do we have a motion to move into closed session?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
As provided by law, the following items for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting: public employee, employment, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment of employees, Government Code Section 54957, student expulsion and reinstatement, expulsion, enrollment, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative, Dr. Judy White, interim superintendent, lead personnel agent, Rhonda Kramer, Roxanne Dominguez, and Armando Ortega. Personnel services, employee organizations, California School Employee Association, Chapter 203, CSEA, Rialto Education, REA, Communication Workers of America, CWA. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D and or D3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure, number of potential claims 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, 2077435 versus Rialto Unified School District, San Bernardino Superior Court Case number C4 SB 2307540. Conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representative, Board President Dr. Stephanie E. Lewis, unrepresented employee, interim superintendent Dr. Judy White. All in favor? Any person wishing to speak on closed session agenda items will be granted 3 minutes. None? Okay. All in favor to move into closed session?
Aye.
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 Time's 5:33. Okay, we're going to have a motion to adjourn closed session, and then we'll be reconvening it later on.
I'll make a motion to reconvene open session and close closed session.
Okay, I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
7:08. We will, she's not here. Okay, we would like to invite our Martha, Administrative Executive, to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, everyone. If you could put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. She's always behind the scenes. We need to see who keeps the wheels rolling in the district. Thank you so much. Okay, do we have report out of closed session?
Yes. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Gustavo Paez, Chief of Safety and Security, effective July 1st, 2025. The roll call was a unanimous vote. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of John Black, Associate Superintendent, Education Services, effective July 1st, 2025. The roll call vote was as follows. Dr. Stephanie Lewis, aye. Joseph Martinez, aye. Edgar Montes, abstain. Evelyn Dominguez, no. DeKira Williams, aye. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Dr. Denise Ellis, Associate Superintendent, Human Resources, effective July 1st, 2025. The roll call vote was as follows. Dr. Stephanie Lewis, aye. Joseph Martinez, aye. Edgar Montes, abstain. Evelyn Dominguez, aye. DeKira Williams, aye. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Christy Streff, High School Principal, Carter High School, effective July 1st, 2025. The roll call vote was as follows, unanimous vote. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of David Kretschmar, Elementary School Assistant Principal, Cordiac Elementary School, effective July 1st, 2025. The roll call was by unanimous vote. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Dolores Sanchez, Elementary Assistant Principal, July 1st, 2025. The roll call was as follows, unanimous vote.
Thank you. Prior to adoption of the agenda, the following items will be pulled or corrected from tonight's agenda. We are pulling item 3.17, approval of renewal agreement with San Bernardino County Superintendent of School. We are pulling item F.3, approve an amendment to the agreement with Footsteps to Freedom. We are pulling item F.14, approve a renewal agreement with Blue Educational Foundation. The correction, item E, 2.4, approve the revised 2025-2026 school calendar. The calendar on page 116 was further revised to correct a duplicate March 8, 2026 date, and also to reflect the additional minimum days negotiated with REA per the MOU signed on June 10th, 2025. Updated copies can be requested from the superintendent office. Item E, 3.3, correction, approve the extension of the agreement awarded through the competitive solicitation. The date for the first extension for bid number 22-23-009 states 5/8/2025, and the correct date should reflect May 8, 2024. So do we have a motion? Yes.
Just,
The pull with the correction, the following items will be pulled from tonight is item 3.17, item F,
3.17?
items here, E, 3.17,
E 3.17.
E as in egg
Okay.
or egger. F, item F.3, approve amendment to the agreement with Footsteps to Freedom. Item F.14, approve a renewal agreement with Blue Educational Foundation. The corrections as follow. Item E, 2.4, approve the revised 2025-2026 school calendar. The calendar on page 116 was further revised to correct a duplicate March 8, 2026 date, and also to reflect the additional minimum days negotiated with REA per the MOU signed on June 10, 2025. Updated copies can be requested from the superintendent office. Item E, 3.33, correction, approve the extension of the agreement awarded through the competitive solicitations. The date for the first extension for bid number 22-23-009 states May the 8th, 2025, and the correct date should read May the 8th, 2024.
Can I ask why we're pulling F3 and F14?
They were requested to be pulled.
Which one is that?
The Blue Foundation is F14.
There was an F14,
Yes.
the Blue Foundation. What was the reason for the pulling?
If I may, Board President, on that one, it was a request to pull it because they need to correct the dates. They had the incorrect time frame on the agreement, and it needs to be ratified and corrected before they move forward.
Okay.
And F3?
F3?
F3 was a request from staff to go ahead and pull that. That's Footsteps to Freedom.
The Footsteps of Freedom was pulled because there were additional names on there. And what we had approved was to just go forward with the two that were part of the grant and not 5 additional ones.
Okay. All right, so vote by board members.
Aye.
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 Here, these are just to pull those.
Yes.
We won't go for any other pulls.
No, these were the ones that, did you have,
Additional pulls, yeah.
To take off the agenda?
Yeah.
and this is separate from any confidentiality votes to pull. So you're requesting to pull, okay. All righty. So let's go ahead with the revote. We had a motion to adopt agenda with the pulls and the correction.
I'm sorry, I don't have a motion. Can we
So
have a motion?
moved,
Second,
okay,
As amended.
as amended.
as amended,
With the
yes.
follow. Okay, vote by board members to adopt agenda. Aye.
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 Any abstain or absence? Okay, presentation. Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP Annual Update, presentation by Dr. Kevin Hostin, Academic Agent, Special Program.
Good evening, Dr. Lewis, Board President, Vice President Mr. Martinez, fellow board members, Dr. White, our cabinet members, and the viewing audience. I'll go ahead and get started here in just a second. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So this time of the year is where we do our annual presentation on the LCAP, and we talk a little bit about the process that we've had this year. What's new this year, one of the new things is we had a mid-year report as well. So I felt that was a kind of a nice thing to do because we can inform the public, inform the board, all of our partners 2 really formal times per year. So this is part 2. I'll talk a little bit about the timeline towards the end of what happens over the next few weeks. With the LCAP, 2 things I always start with for everybody is the first one, just reminding everyone it's a 3-year plan that describes our goals, actions, services, and expenditures to support student outcomes. So it's a 3-year plan. We are currently finishing up our first year. So the LCAP that we've been looking at is our year 2 LCAP of the 3-year plan. You can often think of your first year as a monitoring year. The idea of having a 3-year plan is that you monitor over time, try not to make too many adjustments in year 1. Maybe by year 2, you start to see some things that you might need to make adjustments, and you do. And then by the time you get to that year 3, you're now looking at writing the next 3-year LCAP plan. The other thing I like to start with is just our district goals. So we agreed upon these goals a year and a half ago now, working with educational partners. So in the LCAP, there's 3 goals. One is achievement, and you can see every student will succeed at grade level and graduate high school, proficient in literacy and numeracy while being future ready for higher education, career, and life. That's where we do, you see in the LCAP a lot of like our intervention programs, our personnel that support students and so forth. Conditions for learning is really you'll see more of how we're supporting our staff. And so we will ensure all students are provided with access and opportunities to support learning with highly qualified teachers and professional learning communities that promote a culture of continuous improvement for student achievement. So in there, you'll see lots of work where sometimes it's teachers supporting teachers, so teachers in roles that they support teachers, lots of professional development. And then goal 3, I always tell people, to me, is the most important goal. Because without what happens in goal 3, goal 1 and 2 doesn't matter. So student engagement, and we will create a positive, safe, and engaging learning environment that is student and family centered. So in goal 3, you see a lot of our ways that we are engaging our families. So you see actions that deal with family engagement. You see a lot of things that support like our students' mental health. You'll see some actions that support our student behaviors with the real goal and safety, with the real goal of engaging our students so that they can learn from those highly qualified teachers. So the process towards the 25-26 LCAP, it was a great year of each year we're making strides and getting more and more educational partners involved. And so this year we had planning team meetings. We had 5 LCAP community meetings. We have a feedback meeting coming up, one more feedback meeting coming so we could talk if there's any feedback from tonight. That way we can put that out to our partners.
Could you give the date to the public on that if you have?
Sure, and we put out information already, but it's actually tomorrow. It's a virtual meeting at 5 o'clock. And so we've sent out a couple of marketing, and that, I think I put it on another slide, but that is something that specifically came from educational partner feedback at one of our last meetings. Because usually we end with that, and someone said, hey, it'd be a good idea if you did one more where you can kind of show the public what feedback you took in for the year. And I said, I agree, let's do it.
Thank you.
Yep. Various parent and community groups. Obviously, we survey students, we visit with students, classified and certificated staff are involved. We've had a very good relationship with our union leadership. We work with our principals, we work with the SELPA, our differentiated assistant team. We get lots and lots of feedback. The parts of the plan that you'll see, there's the LCFF budget overview for parents. I'll go through that tonight. I think it's always an interesting thing that kind of helps people see what's really in the LCAP. The plan summary is the piece of the LCAP that kind of talks about what success is and if we've had any struggles with there. And we talked a lot at the mid-year report. We've had a lot of really good scores, and we're now seeing even like our most recent scores come out, and we're seeing a lot of positives. So that's been great. So that's what's in the plan summary. Engaging our educational partners, rather, that's a section where we talk about all the different meetings that we've had and how we've tried to get as much of the public involved as possible. The goals in action, I always call that kind of like the meat of the LCAP. The LCAP is like 265 pages, so it's a very meaty document. But the goals and the actions is the piece where you can see, all right, here's the actions that we say we're doing, here's the money we're going to put towards it. So I think that's like a pretty good place for people to look if they're just looking like at one section. Increase or improve services is the next section. That one, just so you guys know, it didn't really change, because what that does for the most part, it talks about from the first year, the kind of the why behind the goals and actions. So there's very little changes that you'll see in that one. And then there's the expenditure table. So that just in a table form shows what we plan to spend per action. And there's additional tables and the actual instructions. But as far as like for the public, if you're really looking for like which part to go to, the goals and actions is a good spot. So this is the budget overview for parents. This is the very first part of the LCAP. And it kind of shows the money. And so we try to make it as simple as possible so people can understand like what is in the LCAP and what is not in the LCAP. So as of a week ago, or whenever I sent this to you guys, as of that moment, the total revenue for the next school year was $463 million and change. Of that $463 million, $345 million comes from the local control funding formula. So the state changed the way funding worked a long time ago, 2013 actually, and they wanted to give us more control of that money. And so you can think of that $345 million as the money that we get from the state. The $91 million of that $345 million is what we get based on our unduplicated student population. So they take a formula where they look at how many of your students are English learners, foster youth, or socioeconomic, lower socioeconomic, put it into a calculator of some sort, and then you get a certain amount of money based on the number of those students. Of that $463 million, you can see there's $68 million in other state funds, $30 million in local funds. A lot of that is talking about grants and things, and then federal funds. Go down to the bottom, and that $156 million, that is what you'll actually see budgeted in the LCAP. And what I always try to make sure people are aware of is that bottom part there of what's not included. So your base instructional services are not included. So what that means is, like, we are expected, if we didn't have any quote unquote extra money from, like, say the unduplicated students, we are expected to run a school district. And so that's like your base funding. So the number of teachers you need, the number of custodians you need, your just base educational plan. So you're not going to see those in the LCAP. Special services. So our special ed money is federal money. So you don't see that in the LCAP, not directly. Operations, so like maintenance and operations, we're expected to have maintenance operations for a school district, regardless if we were getting that extra money for our unduplicated students. And then some grants are not in there. There are really no grants are in there. So I just think that's always a critical piece for people to understand. The LCAP is really primarily showing those services that you're providing for those unduplicated students, your lower socioeconomic, your foster youth, and your EL students. Now, what happens is there's lots of students that are one of those, two of those, three of those. there's students that receive special services, but they're also one of those. So they do serve all of our, I mean, in our district, we're able to serve all of our students with funding from the LCAP. Educational partner feedback. So I have 2 slides on this. I think this is one of the most important part, just for everyone to understand that we really do value the feedback that we get throughout the year. We seek it out. So some process changes that came from feedback late last year and then some even this year. So one of the big ones that we made an adjustment, if you remember last year at the last minute, because in the past we would just translate the LCAP like after it was approved. And so last year we got feedback saying, hey, like we need that translated throughout the process. So this year, like when we first put out our first draft of the LCAP, we had it translated already. And then when we updated it, like, so you guys got an updated version, that was a new version that went on the website. It was updated and translated as well. You'll get it one more time next Friday. That'll be updated and the translations will be updated too. So that was a big change that we made, and that came directly from feedback. We tried this year multiple sites. So in the past, we had our community meetings just at Chavez Huerta. And this year what we tried is to hit each of the high schools. And so we'll see. We had like varying success, just to be honest. Like, so we're going to look at that and say, you know, is there some little shift? Because the numbers weren't, we didn't see a huge increase, but we'll play with that for next year. Prep is already underway for our 26-27. So next year we start to write our 26-27 LCAP. We already have been meeting with a team. We plan to have our, like a back to school night as an example, like information, 1-pagers, posters in Spanish and English, like from the first week of school. With the idea that we're trying to bring more people in earlier into the process. So we're already, like I said, we have a team, and it's a team of, there's teachers, there's community members, administrators that are all coming together this summer to make sure that process is ready from like day 0. So that's what I mentioned about the additional feedback. And then one other piece that we got that we're going to use that's kind of a process piece is at, I think, our meeting at Eisenhower this year. We had a community member show us like some infographics that they've seen in some other districts that have used. And so we've kind of committed to do that. And what that does is once you get the LCAP approved from the county, there's, these ways to produce these infographics that they're still like 8 or 10 or 12 pages. They're not like short, but it gives a great summary of what the LCAP is, and it's so user friendly. So that's a piece that we're going to do based on educational partner feedback. Then and there's just so much, and it's kind of written up in the LCAP, so it's hard to say how much you want to do in this presentation, but just some of the strengths that we got, the different strategists, our positive trends in our local and state data. We had good feedback from that. Intervention plans working. Needs that came up, safety. One of those things was safety that's interesting is, like I said, safety is technically a base. So we don't, if we need more of something for safety, that's not like we can't add that in. But what we can do is add in like intervention strategies that help our students maybe make better decisions and things like that. And then I will say that our feedback at our most recent feedback meeting was they liked a lot of the things that have been put in place in the last month or two here. The different plans. So we got some good feedback on some changes towards the end of the year. And then identified need as just increased training for teachers. We did pump that up some last year. And so that still came back again. As far as action highlights, again, there's so many things that we have in the LCAP, but I just wanted to highlight a few of the things. So obviously student support, behavioral and academic is really large in there. The dual language program is one that we get great feedback on every year, and it's expanding. You guys have seen examples of that at board meetings. College and career readiness is one that's we're putting a lot of money towards CTE courses, early college program, credit recovery, doing everything that we can to make sure our students are prepared for life after high school. Teacher induction and residency, we actually added the residency piece this year. So as we said before, you don't make very many changes in a given year, but one that we did was we added the teacher residency program to our teacher induction action. Literacy and numeracy training and support, you see that. The program specialist, you'll see, that's personnel support for some of our sites that don't have assistant principals. Multilingual support, we see that in training. We see that also with different aides in classrooms, our parent groups and committees, mental health, SEL, wellness centers. So those are just some of the action highlights that you see. And as you look at that list, it's a list that's not necessarily quote unquote required to have at a school. So again, the LCAP, you want to think about it, it's the things that you do above and beyond the norm. And then I'll end for now with just looking at our calendar of events of what happens over the next couple of weeks. So right here is the board presentation. We have a public hearing tonight. Like I mentioned earlier, we have an LCAP feedback meeting tomorrow. And then from tomorrow through the 19th, we take any additional feedback that we get, make any kind of last minute revisions to it. I'll post it again when the agenda goes up for our next board meeting, but you guys will get it next Friday in your board packets, our most updated one. And then what happens at the next board meeting is that's the one where you adopt it. You don't technically approve it. We adopt it at this point. We have to post it the next day on the website, and then it goes to the county, and then the county, just depending on the timing, they get back to us and they approve it, and then we bring it back here in September. It's not a required thing, but we just have done that in the past. So that's kind of the timeline of where we're at. One of the nice things is we've worked really well with the county over the last couple of years, and so I'm hoping, knock on wood, that approval process goes pretty quickly this summer. And that's it.
Okay, does the board have any questions?
Dr. Hodge, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. You're right, it's a very meaty and lengthy report. However, on page 83, 86, it says on here that we have 87, that we have a Rialto Equity Council with specific groups and teams. Who is the one who led this council?
So this one, I believe, is Dr. Balogun. Let me look at it here. Yeah, so this is one that if you remember, we talked about it at the mid-year report. We didn't do a bunch with it, but we're bringing it back for next year under Dr. Balogun.
Okay, so the funds that were for this year, are they going to roll over for next year?
So the way the funds work, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically what happens in an LCAP is at this time you're putting it out as this is our plan. Some plans, you might find you spent a little bit more. Other pieces you might find you spent a little bit less. But at the end of the day, any kind of carryover does carry over into a bucket. You can look at it that way, and then we make decisions on the allocation piece. So as an example, let's say there was an item that we scheduled to spend $100,000 on it, and we only spent $20,000. Doesn't mean we're going to get rid of that item, but we are going to rethink, do we need to allocate all 100, or can we drop that down a little bit and maybe allocate that money somewhere else that showed a bigger need that year before? So no, you don't technically lose the money.
Okay, so it's always pretty much there, kind of revolving in a way. Kind of.
Yeah, exactly. And then these, or you can just think of almost as little mini buckets of this money. And so at the end, it all goes back into one bucket that then fits into the next year's budget.
Okay, and then for 3.4, let me go to that page, oh no, excuse me, 3.7. 3.7, I think that the description, I don't know if this is something that we can do or not. Like, can we name the events and be specific on the terms of the event? So, no, 3.7 is the Family Engagement and Family Community Engagement Center, which is on page 85. But I know that we do specific events throughout the year, like Dia de los Muertos, the Day Pack, the big ticket items, the numeracy fair, and things like that. So I think that we should like list those in here and incorporate that into the budget, so that way we can ensure to have those events within our district to promote, literacy, cultural awareness to our students as well.
I'm happy to, so what happened, because the LCAP kind of goes in ebbs and flows on how the county wants it. So we used to be really specific, like the number of positions. So let me, I'll check with the county to see
Okay.
what we can add as far as specificity, and then I'll let Dr. White know.
And then, can you give us a report on how your online sessions were? I know that I participated in one online session. So, if you can just, kind of, touch on those points about online, when we're doing the LCAP meetings and you're having those hybrid meetings.
So we had one or two this year. I think that's one of those other pieces that we'll add next year. One of the tricky things you have to decide with at least with the technology that we had is to either like it goes slow, like you do like translation back and forth, or you have like kind of like a separate one going, but then they're not necessarily talking to each other. And so there is some software that we've looked at with communication services that we're gonna potentially at least pilot next year, try it out to see if we can do, like, basically they call it like simultaneous translation online meetings, because then everyone can actually participate. What happens, like the way we tried doing it this year, we still had good feedback and we had okay numbers, but the issue is it's almost like you're talking to two separate online rooms. And so like when they go to talk to each other, it's just, it just doesn't flow real well.
So what I'm hearing is we're working on it, we're gonna make it work.
Absolutely, and it's one of our that we've talked about, like with our planning team. It's one of those things we've done, because we have had success with having some online meetings, and we've done a lot of like at our DAC meetings. It slows down, and then it's just hard to have conversation the way it's been previously, but we're looking to enhance that.
Definitely a barrier that we're gonna overcome.
Yep.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Board Member, Board Clerk Montes? Any question? Board Member Williams? Okay, well, I have a few questions. I was looking at the LCAP, and I was comparing it to the student success to school sites. And this is like the most detailed, comprehensive. I was able to attend quite a few of the meetings, the feedback, and it was able to really pinpoint. But what was missing, and thank you for answering my notes and my question, but looking at the school sites achievement and the LCAP, it was quite clear that the schools that really specified their reading specialists, their dashboards really improved, and they were more details, like, and the schools that really had a strong program for behavior. So like Bemis was in the blue for suspension rates, and Preston suspension rate decline. Simpson was really in the blue, but their English and language was in the blue for Simpson. And then when you looked at their school site council, they really specified their reading specialists. Here in our plan, it specified reading specialists, but the budget did not. And so you have these schools that when we're looking at all those success, LCAP, we're in the business of education, and reading is our fundamental core. People send their school students to learn how to read, literacy, understanding. The school system provide a lot of other things, but the core It's reading, writing, arithmetic, social,
Yeah.
behavior, safety. So we really have to make sure board updates are good, but we have to make sure that this is for our Title I and our low-performing schools, this is our blueprint, and reading has to be, and math literacy have to be pronounced. Now, the way it's worded, literacy and numeracy together, we need to separate it because we have to uplift and improve that. I was also looking at who was on the school site council, and you had classroom teachers giving their feedback. And the feedback, I know a couple of the meetings that went to LCAP, you had classroom. I'm going to implore our classroom teachers to be at this LCAP too. I mean, I didn't go to all of them, but we have to say LCAP for this performance is we have to identify the reading. The goals are a little low because I think if you aim low, you will hit low targets. We have to aim high to bring ourselves up. But the progress of you identify, you didn't hide it. The parents didn't hide it. Everybody was forthright. So now we have an action plan, but let the budget really meet the goal of the action plan. Technology has been pronounced in here, and we have really raised the technology, but computers do not give the warmth and the instruction that a reading specialist or math specialists to bring up these performance. It's not a tablet, it's a person. So we have to make sure that is really clear in the budget match day, the action plan. But thank you so
Point
much
taken.
for providing such a detailed, comprehensive, and really taking the midway was very helpful. When you gave us that upway, midway for changes, and then this process and have another follow-up. I appreciate that. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Very clear. Do we need to go back around for questions, or everybody?
No questions, but, well, yeah, I actually do have a question, because I know it's kind of hard to get a lot of engagement because, you know, when it comes to the surveys, it's a lot of information to fill out, and when it comes to, you know, the in-person sessions, that means people have to really be interested in coming to us. And I saw, like, you know, we are gonna do, we're gonna increase going to the events and getting engagement that way. Wanted to know, are we allowed to do like interviews when we are at a back to school night or something, to just pull some parents to the side and verbally, because some people don't want to sit there and type out and text, especially on their phones,
Yeah.
all of the input.
No, that's a great idea, and there are places that do different types of, we did that with some of our students this year, but we could certainly look to add that, absolutely. One of the other things we're trying to add, because what sometimes happens at those community meetings is, and it's great, believe me, come no matter what, but it's so helpful, like if we can build a large group that come throughout the year, because then they can be a part of the whole process. So one of the changes that we're also going to add, and it may end up being, we'll talk about it with our DAC reps to see if they're willing to be like their site rep for the LCAP meetings too. That way we can have a consistent group of, and like you said, not just like our parents, but our community members, teachers that are like on the LCAP team from like day one. And I mean, like when we're having these meetings now, I'm saying, okay, you're joining this team for the next 2 years. Hope that's okay. So yes, and I definitely take that idea into consideration, because absolutely, the more people we get involved, then it's like, hey, you're a DAC rep over at this school. Can you ask like 10 people this question? You know, so yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, and
I
I
like
don't
it.
think we're limited to just.
No,
you
no,
know,
not at all.
our-
Not at all.
Our events, there's city events and things where we can
Yeah.
capture people too.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Next. Next, we have B2, proposed budget for the fiscal year 2025-26.
Good evening, Board. My name is Diane Romo. I am the Associate Superintendent of Business Services. And with me, I have Nicole Albiso, Executive Director of Fiscal Services. And tonight, we're going to give you an update of the 2025-2026 budget. So just for the public's information, in January, the governor puts out a proposed budget for the upcoming year. Then in May, after taxes are filed in April, they do an update referred to as the May revision. The data released at the May revision is our basis to form our budget for the upcoming year. Then by the end of June, the state has to adopt a budget, and then cleanup language is usually released in July. And so some of the information that has been shared that should be noted is that both the state and the federal economy is slowing down. And so we start to see a lot of the signs of a recession. We see that unemployment is going up, GDP is going down, we see less investment, and definitely we see that in the governor's proposed revenue for the state. So the three major areas of revenue for the state is it's your personal income tax, it's your sales and use tax, and and corporate tax. And so when the governor released his numbers, his proposal for the state was 4.8 billion lower than the projections put out in January. And so you'll see that in the upcoming slide, what impact that had on the budget for school districts. The other thing that's impacting the California economy is the uncertainty at the federal level. So depending on what day of the week it is, we may or may not receive federal funding, and so the state is under pressure to sustain some of those programs using state funds. And so that, along with a lot of the litigation that is out there, is creating uncertainty in our state economy. And so you see that reflected in what he put out as the May revision. So in this slide, we have some of those key changes that actually apply to school districts. So if we look at the 3-year projections that are covered by this cycle of funding, the 2024-25, 2025-26, and the 2023-24, we see an overall reduction of about $4 billion. What we are fortunate is that the governor has stood by his commitment to education, and although we've seen cuts in discretionary programs, he still is funding the COLA at 2.3%. There is a one-time discretionary block grant that has been included in the budget of approximately $314 per student. The final allocation formula has not been finalized, and so depending on the factors that they use to allocate that, our district potentially could see anywhere between $6 and $7 million, and so that's sizable for us. The budget also includes the full implementation of transitional kindergarten, and so we'll have all eligible 4-year-olds coming into our school district system. The other change that was notable was universal access for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program has been reduced from 75% unduplicated down to 55%. What this means is that at this threshold, the school district is obligated to make that offering of the after-school program to any student who desires to participate. In our district, this won't have an impact because we already serve anyone who wants to participate in our after-school program. There is also the new reading difficulties screener that will become effective come July 1st. This is a new requirement where all kindergarten through 2nd grade students have to be screened for reading difficulties. And so the governor has allocated funding for the implementation. The district expects to receive about $200,000, which will help with the cost of the software. Another change that was noted was they're repurposing some of the funds that had been allocated in January. So for example, $150 million had been proposed for teacher recruitment incentive grant. So instead of making this funding available to recruit teachers, now what they're going to do is they're going to fund programs to support teachers already in credentialing programs through stipends. And so we're lucky enough to participate in programs like our residency program where our participants get a stipend. And so you'll see more of those type of programs funded. So what are the risks that are coming with this budget? So last year we spoke about, the funding maneuver where they were trying to bypass some of the guarantees that are included in Proposition 98. So Proposition 98 guarantees that school districts will receive approximately 40% of the state's general fund unless suspended by the governor. And so the governor has gotten really creative in how to meet that guarantee. So in the current year, this slide was presented to us, and I think it really illustrated how we need to ensure that we are funded with current year revenue to cover current year guarantees. So if you look at the chart, last year they deferred $6 million, right? So that was in 2023-24. Of that $6 million, they have funded $4 million, the little amount in the yellow, but it came from $24-25. And so if you follow the green and the yellow from 2024 to 2023-24, you see how they're backfilling. Well, they're trying to do that again in the upcoming year. I think it's 2 million because I can't see now. They're trying to fund 2 billion of 25-26 with $26-27. And so the reason that this is risky is because knowing that the state is coming into a recession, we would start the upcoming year already at a deficit. So before they even allocate our upcoming 26-27 money, we would already be $2 billion in the hole. What makes this problem worse is the fact that every dollar that they had in the rainy day reserve is being used. And so we really don't have any protections to kind of transition us into a lower rate of funding. And so we just have to be aware of that. So in this chart, we like to bring this chart to you just to be able to illustrate what the effective COLA means for our district. So again, our district is funded on the higher ADA of the current year, prior year, or the prior 3-year average. And so we have been experiencing declining enrollment, and our district has been funded on the average of the 3 prior years. And so this allows us to feel the impact of that decrease over a longer period of time. And so when we look at the COLA, if our enrollment was stagnant and our attendance rate remained the same, we would be looking at a COLA of 7.6 million. But because we do anticipate that loss of attendance, our effective COLA is actually only 857,000. And so as we plan for those expenses, this is where we work as a team to make those adjustments. So an update on federal changes and how those could impact the school district. There was an executive order that dismantled the Department of Education, and so that action is being questioned. And with it, there's several changes that are being proposed in the 2026 federal budget that can impact us. Title I and the IDA funding is in statute, and so that funding for us at least is guaranteed. The funding level may look different, but at least we have guaranteed that we would still receive the funding. They are proposing a consolidated block grant, and so for a lot of those competitive grants that we participate in, like Perkins or adult education, it might be a benefit for us to just receive a block grant instead of having to apply for them. It does eliminate the WIOA grant that we get through adult education, and so that would have an impact on our district because we're able to do a lot of our adult programs through that funding. And then the other one that would have a significant impact on our school district would be the elimination of Title III and migrant education. We don't get a lot of migrant education funds, but we do get approximately $300,000 in Title III. And so this goes towards a lot of our English learner supports. And so we would have to make that adjustment. Again, the federal government is on a different fiscal calendar than our school district. And so we won't know what actually gets approved until late September. Again, this chart kind of just summarizes our enrollment trends over the last 10 years. So we've lost approximately 3,000 students over the last 10 years. One thing that we are really happy to see is that our attendance rate continues to go up. And so in the current year, we went from 92.7 up to 93.1. And so we expect or project that our attendance rate will continue to go up to 93.3. And so we're happy to see that our students are coming to school every day. So we present these pie charts in an attempt to share with you the type of funding that we get and how that changes throughout the years. So in this pie chart, you see our revenue breakdown, and the largest component of our funding continues to be the local control funding formula. But we have a couple of changes. So if we look at our federal revenue is now a little bit smaller because we don't have any of those one-time COVID funds. It's primarily your Title I, your Title II, Title III, Title IV, and IDEA funds for special education. Our state revenue is primarily composed of our after-school ELOP program, ACES, lottery, Prop 28. And if we look at our local revenue is composed of our special ed pass-through from the state, interest, redevelopment funds, LEA medical funds, E-rate, and other competitive grants that we have applied for. It's really important for us to understand what the revenue sources are because each revenue source comes with its own requirements and commitments. And so if we go on to the next slide, this is a breakdown of our expenses. And so our expenses reflect the demands that it takes to run a school in today's environment. And so after COVID, our landscape really changed. We have a higher need for staff and specialized staff. So if you look at the certificated salaries, the classified salaries, and the benefits that come with it, they compose about 85% of our budget. But 85% of our budget represents the supports that teachers need in the classroom to make sure students are learning. In our books and supplies, it's not just books now, it's technology, it's specialized equipment, it's really like supporting those innovative classrooms. In our services and other operating expenditures, I think this is a really interesting one because we see that there is more software that is required to run a classroom. Our insurance requirements are changing and so is the cost. We see that, there is a very litigious environment that our school district is experiencing, and with it comes legal fees. And so as we present the budget to you, know that adjustments and changes are made in the budget to reflect what is needed to operate the school district. Go ahead and go. In prior years, we've seen that the percentage of staff has been below this standard of 85%, but as those one-time monies have expired and we've gone back to a more traditional mode of operation, you see that our salaries are going back to about 85%. In the general fund, unrestricted, it's 86%. Restricted, it's 60% for a combined of 76%. And so I think this is what was expected. And so, it should be this way because at the center of it is our students learning.
Good evening, Board of Education, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and viewing audience. My name is Nicole Albiso, and I'm the Executive Director of Fiscal Services, and I'm going to continue walking us through the remainder of this presentation. So the next two slides are summaries of our multi-year projection. A multi-year projection is an estimate of the district's revenues and expenditures for the budget year and the 2 subsequent years. It's a financial planning tool that is required by the CDE, and it's used to ensure fiscal solvency. Our multi-year projection is categorized by unrestricted and restricted funding. The unrestricted column is the funding used to support the base program of the district. It is considered the bare minimum the district would need to operate its core program. In the current and budget year, you will see the projected ending fund balance decreases from year to year. This is because the district currently operates at a deficit indicated by the negative amount circled above the projected ending fund balance. This means that the district is spending more money than it is receiving. In the restricted column, you will see a similar trend. This is due to the district utilizing one-time restricted funds to continue supporting previously unrestricted payroll cost, and I'll speak to that more on that in a later slide. If you continue to look at the combined column in the bottom right-hand corner of each year, you will see the district's combined reserve gradually decreasing. In fiscal year 24-25, we have a combined reserve balance of approximately 39%. Here we have our final 2 years of our multi-year projection, and again, you will see the continued trend of operating at a deficit in the restricted and the unrestricted columns. Eventually, in the 3rd year, the unrestricted fund balance is depleted and greatly reduced in the restricted fund balance. And then again, in the bottom right corner, you will notice the combined assigned reserve of the district continues to decline. In the previous slide, I mentioned that in 24-25, it is approximately 39%. This is now reduced to 6% in 27-28, as we are using restricted funds to cover ongoing expenses. As we approach the 3rd year, assuming no other factors have changed, we will need to evaluate our spending levels and take appropriate action. As we have just reviewed a very simplified version of our multi-year projection, here are some of the factors that are taken into consideration when developing it. We plan for a step and column advancement of staff salaries. We also look at the known and projected increases in health and welfare. For example, in the budget year, our Kaiser rates increased approximately 14%, and they are projected to increase 11% in both of the subsequent years. For the budget year, we saw a 0.24% decrease in our PERS rate, but it is expected to increase by 1% again in each of the 2 subsequent years. Our STRS rate has been consistent for the past 3 years, and it is projected to stay the same. As a district, we provide our students with one-to-one devices. Unfortunately, we have seen an increase in devices being damaged beyond repair and have to purchase additional devices as replacements. This is very costly, and as an initiative the district wishes to maintain, we must plan for the additional cost to replace the devices. This averages an additional $1 million in replacement cost on top of the estimated $3.6 million needed to purchase each cycle of devices every year. We also consider changes to insurance premiums, but I'm going to speak to that a little bit later in our presentation, so we're going to move on from that one. We continue to look at utility costs by looking at the historical usage, the current usage, and then the potential rate increases year over year, because we want to ensure that our students and our teachers are learning and teaching in a comfortable environment. The biggest factor that plays a role in our multi-year projection is the enrollment projection of our students in our district. So we are currently in declining enrollment, and we lose approximately 300 students every year. This, along with our attendance percentage, is factored in to give us an approximate funding level for the 2 subsequent years. We also take into account any programmatic or law changes that may affect the district. An example of this is the full implementation of TK. So as the age requirement for TK was moved back year over year, We factored in the additional cost of the teachers that we would need, the aides we would need, the furniture that we would need to buy for these classes, as well as any of the supplies. Due to the inflation and now potential tariffs of the cost of materials, including instructional, custodial, and building, has gone up. So unfortunately, these costs are not optional, and they are required to operate our facilities and keep everything up to date and, provide our students with supplies. Although I have listed a lot of the many factors that are included in the development of the multi-year projection, this list is not exhaustive, and there are many other considerations that we make in the development. So I'm going to go over some of the one-time funding that we are currently using to supplement the unrestricted salaries in order to keep the district operating. So the district is able to meet its 3-year reserve requirement by continuing to use these one-time restricted funds. So as an example, we mentioned the new discretionary block grant. So that block grant is going to be used to restore an additional 10 reading specialists and keep them employed over the next 3 years. We're also planning to use the state mental health funds that we currently have to partially pay for some of the payroll costs associated with the therapists that we currently employ, and that will be ongoing for 2 years. The transportation reimbursement the district receives will be used to pay for transportation staff salaries over the next 3 years. And the district's LEA medical reimbursement will be used to pay for the cost of the health clerks that we keep at the school sites for the next 3 years. We will also plan to use the E-rate funds that we have to supplement the cost of student one-to-one device cycle purchases over the next 3 years. And finally, we'll be using the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant to maintain 19 reading specialists at the elementary level and 8 ELA, ELD coaches at the secondary level over the next 3 years.
Great, thanks.
So it is really important to note that these are all ongoing costs, and they are being funded with one-time restricted funds, and these funds are in no way guaranteed. And so we need to continue to monitor our multi-year projection and make sure that we're really on top of it to address any shortfalls that we may have and address them early. Okay, so this is our final slide, and we felt that it was really important to include this because we wanted to illustrate how uncertain the environment is right now for our budget projections. Because these 3 factors have the potential to drastically impact our budget, and we right now don't know the severity of that impact. So the first is the impact of the LA wildfires with regards to insurance. So because of the extensive damage, a lot of insurance companies are being forced to increase their insurance premiums. This will inevitably trickle down to the district level, and we don't know what that looks like yet. We don't know how much our premiums are going to go up. The second is AB 218. This is related to the availability of the sexual assault and molestation insurance. In order to purchase this coverage, the district has had to set aside additional funding to pay for the increased costs. And again, because we don't know the frequency or the severity of these claims, it's difficult to project how much additional funding we will need to cover the future years. The final factor is that the workers' comp claims are seeing a rise in cost due to medical inflation. And as the district has a robust workers' comp program, this increase in cost will affect the premiums the district has to pay. But again, it's something that we're not able to project at this time because it's going to depend on the severity and the frequency of the claims. Because we've never been in this situation where all 3 of these very uncertain factors are presenting, it's difficult to project how they will impact future budgets. So it will be really important to monitor these factors over the course of this year as well as the next few years and adjust the budget and our projections as the district sees the true impact of it all. Any questions?
Well, thank you for the presentation, and we'll go with Vice President Martinez.
Okay, several comments, but the question is, the 60 million deficit that we have right now, combination, I was going to praise paying it down to 54 million, but I now realize that we may have to waylay that for a while. And the question, finally getting to it, how far in deficit can we go without crossing that irreversible line?
So we need to maintain at least a 3% reserve.
Right.
That is required by the CDE. If we're not able to meet that, then at that point, the county would essentially come over and take control.
Okay, but I guess I asked it poorly. We currently have, you'd mentioned 54 million in year 2 and 51 million in the third year. Now, that's deficit spending. So I'm trying to find out how far into deficit spending we can go before there's no return.
In my opinion, I would say that's as far as we can go because at that point, we have depleted almost all of our reserves. The only thing we have left is our restricted funding, and with the restricted funding comes strict guidelines. And so we're not necessarily able to use those dollars to fund our base program, and that's going to be where we run into a big issue.
Yes, the unknown. What you mentioned are, these are things that keep me up at night. I hope you two are able to sleep some. Thank you. You've done an amazing job with a pile of worms.
Thank you.
Let's see. Using one-time money for salaries has always been a no-no. And I want the public to hear the outcome if we stopped using them. If we said we're not going to use them this year, who would we lose? What kind of positions would we not have? Not be able to afford, I guess is the proper term.
So I think the use of one-time funds with a plan is not a bad idea. So in this case, the district is using them for supplementary positions such as a reading specialist. And there is intentionality behind how they're going to be used and the benefit we're going to get from them. It'd be a different story if we were using those one-time monies for classroom teachers that are part of the base program. And so when we come to that third year and we have a better idea of what the economy looks like, we can make that decision. Do we have a different funding source that can continue to support the efforts? Or will we have to, maybe reduce the positions? Or we would defer that conversation to a future date when we have more information. But using them for a planned, intentional cause is not necessarily bad, especially for us that we're starting to see the traction in our reading scores.
I agree with that. I just wanted the public to know that we are walking into a minefield. There's no other way to put it. Okay. Thank you. You've done an amazing job.
Any other board members? Board Member Williams?
So is there a way for us to build capacity to fund ongoing expenses or expenses that we would like to have ongoing? And thank you very much for figuring out a way to get the reading specialist back.
So I think for us, our primary drivers are enrollment and attendance. And the district as a whole, we're talking, your attendance clerks, your child welfare and attendance department, Dr. McMillan at the head of student services, they have really done a lot of things to improve our attendance rate. And so as we continue those efforts or expand on them, that's really the true way to increase our revenue. We don't have any control over state allocations. I know that you as a board and through CSBA, you have that ability to advocate for, better funding. But the direct impact comes from our attendance efforts.
Any additional? We'll move on.
Is it feasible to push some of the capital outlay projects to like bond funds?
No, the capital outlay projects that have been budgeted are to maintenance projects. Things that maintain the integrity of our facilities, and so that would not be an eligible expense for the bond fund.
Member Dominguez?
No, just thank you for the presentation. I know numbers can be very confusing at times, but thank you so much for the presentation. And our reading specialists are important to us, so I'm glad they're going to be back in the classroom.
Okay. Board Clerk Montes?
Thank you, and thank you for stressing the fact that attendance is very important. So I think if we can concentrate on improving our attendance, that'll improve our budget, and help us spend the money more wisely. So.
Well, I have a few. First, I would like for you to define projected versus actual. And so I know we're reviewing our projected, but our actual budget for the year. And then, we have to educate the students who are in the seat, not the ones who are coming, but we need to pour in to the pupils who are in the seats, and that's why we have to make sure there's no glory in having like a 20% reserves when we're not really pouring into the pupils and the students who are enrolled right now in this school year to make that difference. And figure in the community school grants. Have we figured that factor in? So those are my three questions.
So I think it's important to note that because we knew that this financial situation was coming, we have been preparing for years. And so reserves are important so that when you don't have the revenue coming in, we can continue that level of service. We wanted the community to know about the one-time funding and how they're being used, because absent those funds, we would have had to make further reductions. And so it is important that we have multi-year planning so that we can continue those services. And so, again, like we don't have a crystal ball and we don't know what's going to happen in 3 years, but we know that for the next 3 years, we've been able to secure their services. And so definitely as we have changes, as things don't materialize, I know the question earlier was brought up by Ms. Dominguez about if the funding doesn't get used. When we meet with our service areas, we don't do a dollar for dollar. We ask, what do you need? What do you plan on doing next year? Let's figure out how we can support that. And so we don't, if they only had 80,000 left of this year, but they need 150 this year because their actions are different, we find a way to support them at 150,000. So when we close our books in August, we can bring to the board a comparison of this is what our projection was for the year, and this is where we actually ended up, and then kind of give you an accounting as to why there's a difference. So we can definitely bring back that information to Dr. White at the time.
Thank you. And what I was really stressing is some district will have 20% in reserves and starve the classroom, the students who are present. I know we don't have that, but, if it's 3% we need, just a realistic figure so we do not go without by, having the food in the freezer and nothing in the refrigerator, that's sort of simple.
No.
The other thing is chronic absentee, and this is another thing of looking at our school site plans. A lot of times they're in the elementary schools, and if we're going to add our 4-year-olds, right? So working with the state and the federal, our nurses ratio is high in this district, and a lot of times they start that absenteeism because their parents don't feel comfortable sending their kids with chronic illness to school, and that's why you see the higher levels in the elementary. Stay home. I'm not sure if they're going to call me if you're sick. Where when we have more of our school nurses available in a closer ratio, they feel more comfortable and they get trained, especially when you're starting to get TK. And, so that's something we have to look at. And they're going to need a little bit more support because those class size have to be smaller. And, we are a public school, so not everybody's going to be potty trained. And have that standards. A lot of these things have to be taught with the mix type of reaction. So that's going to really raise. So we're looking nationally, state, as really trying to say with our younger kids, because that's when the patterns start. Stay home, you're sick, I'm sick. Having more resources for chronic absentee, and they really like a nurse and a nurse on site. I talked with our health director here, and she said it's supposed to be for 7,000. They have one licensed nurse for quite a few. We're above that. So that's something, you can sort of work as we get the younger kids in to increase our daily attendance. Because will their absentee in our TK count?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
therefore, we really need to have that support for them.
And then to answer your question about community schools, when the grant was submitted for community schools, it's a very specific plan as to what the support looks like. And so at the stage that we are right now is working on those job descriptions so that we can get those positions hired. Special services and the parent center are working together to work out how that program's going to look.
And what was that figure again?
39 million?
Thank you. Any other additional question or comment? Okay, Board Member Williams?
The fueling stations that we have here, is there an opportunity to increase revenues with those? I don't know how public they are right now in the charging stations.
Our CNG station is a public station, and so we do have a couple of commercial clients, and we have brought on new clients every year.
Do we have the capacity to really market this out, or is it something we would have to grow capacity for?
We would have to actually probably hire a fuel broker to reach out to that specific niche. Media services has helped us in the past to promote, but I think because it's so specialized, you would have to have someone who is in that business to attract them.
Can we, I'm not sure what's needed, maybe some kind of, who would be?
The other thing that we have to be careful is because we construct our facilities with public funds, meaning bonds, COPS, we can only generate revenue for non-public areas up to 10%. And so even how much we're allowed to bring in business is capped.
Okay, even
But
if
we
the
should
funds
still
are-
maximize it.
Right, we still have room for growth, but even that has a cap on it.
Okay, can we have that, I don't know if it's a study that needs to be done, but I'd like to know the possibilities for cabinet or what we can do, what is in our limits.
Yeah, we can definitely research it.
Okay. Also, this is great. I would like to keep our eyes on the budget, especially considering things are in flux right now. And I don't know if once a month that we actually just look at it, not a full presentation, but just make sure we're keeping our eyes on the budget once a month.
Okay. We'll work with Dr. White to get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Board Member
Are you
Dominguez?
guys, do you guys go to the LCAP meetings too, just to kind of hear what the community input is and everything, so that way you guys can because I mean, you guys are so close together and niched together, so, hearing the feedback from our community, our scholars and everything, and, everybody's there at the meeting, it's good to know for the budget.
So we do try and attend the ones that we are able to. I know I've been to a couple with Kevin in the past, Dr. Hodgson in the past. And so we do try and make an effort to attend as many as we can.
Okay.
Everybody? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, public comments not on the agenda. Any person wishing to speak or any item not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
First name we're calling is Ana Gonzalez, followed by Carol Malone.
All right. Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. White, and viewing audience. My name is Ana Gonzalez. I am a Myler parent, And first of all, I want to start by congratulating all our amazing graduates of the 2025 school year. And I wanted to also give a huge shout out to our Special Services Department for a very successful Divergent Games event. I want to say thank you for the bottom of my heart. And for all the parents that, love the event and hope that this event continues. And I know we had an amazing meeting regarding including more events for our students with special abilities. So we can not only have a one-time event, but more events where we're highlighting our students with special abilities. I wanted to also emphasize and remind staff that we have to be very intentional about the plans that are coming for the next school year and emphasize training for staff, especially in IEP compliance for next year, so we can limit some of these litigation expenses, right? And then we can have more money in our reserves to provide those crucial services that our students really need. I also want to congratulate our REA for recalling the bad apples and putting a much better person in that position as vice chair of the REA, and want to remind this board that we need to do better and get rid of the other bad apples that are still pending in this district to bring justice to our students. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Carol Malone, followed by Maha Rizvi.
Dr. Wright, is it okay if I put my slip to speak, but we're going to speak on the same kind of topic? Can I go right after that?
Board member?
Is that okay?
Our president?
You put your slip in?
Yeah.
She has a slip.
Okay, so it's just you had 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as your slip is in.
Hello, members of the board, Dr. White, and distinguished audience. My name is Carol Malone. I am both the current and incoming PTA president. I have with me my Means and Ways Grismelda Godinez and Manuel Ruiz, my executive vice president. It's an honor to be here today to share a little about who we are and how we and the work that we do. I'd like to begin with our mission at the state level to positively impact the lives of all children and families. At Rialto, we bring that mission to life by representing our members and empowering them through advocacy, leadership, and communication. Our goal is to help every child reach their full potential. We do this by advocating for the well-being of students and families, promoting a strong family-school partnership, and expanding civic engagement and learning opportunities within the community. Through these efforts, we strive to build a more supportive, inclusive, and connected educational environment for all. I'm proud to share that here in Rialto, we currently have 12 school sites with active PTAs. Bemis, Dollahan, Boyd, Garcia, Henry, Kelly, Cordiac, Preston, Simpson, Trapp, and Cole Middle School. Each of these units is led by passionate and dedicated parents, caregivers, and teachers who volunteer their time to support our school programs, engage families, and uplift student success. Even more exciting, I'm proud to announce that between all these school sites, we have 1,950 PTA members representing the Rialto community. Thank you to everyone who has joined our local PTA and continues to show your support. You make a difference. Now, I'd like to highlight just a few of the meaningful and exciting programs PTA has brought to our school sites. At the council level, we hosted a school board candidate forum to inform, engage our community. Thank you, those that attended. Our local unit organized literacy events, distributed free books to students, encouraged a loving reading, the love for reading. They also hosted book fairs, raised funds for field trips and field days, organized trunk and treats, family dine-out nights, and even provided free yearbooks for students. Henry PTA brought an excitement to both students and staff with the vibrant prismatic laser assembly. Dollahan received a grant and hosted a healthy lifestyles workshop promoting wellness and healthy habits. Boyd also received a grant in collaboration with our USD communication department and hosted a Ready Tech Go event, giving away 25 laptops with accessories to families in need. Trapp sent students to an overnight science camp and treated fifth graders to a day at Castle Park, creating core memories they will cherish forever. Preston, Kelly, and Garcia brought assemblies to their school sites by collaborating with the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools Literacy Grant Program. These are just a few examples of how PTA across Rialtors are making a tangible impact every day. In closing, I want to thank the board, Dr. White, our principals, teachers, and especially our amazing PTA members for your continued support. Together, we can build strong schools.
Thank you.
Just this last line.
Which line? Stronger? Oh. So I'm just going to finish Carol's last words. We're stronger families and a stronger Rialto. And tonight, I have the honor of presenting, I'm sorry, my name is Myrna Reyes. Like Carol stated, I am the Executive Vice President of Council. Tonight, I have the honor of presenting a symbolic check that reflects the thousands of volunteer hours contributed by and dedicated by our parents. While this check isn't made of money, well, technically it is because it was paid for. Its value is greater than any dollar amount. It represents time, commitment, and love, all invested in supporting our students, teachers, and school community. These volunteers' hours have helped build a stronger, more connected school, from organizing events and assisting in classrooms to advocating resources and supporting one another. Behind every successful school or program, there are parents working quietly, tirelessly in the background. This is why having a PTA is so important. The PTA is more than just a group. It's a bridge that connects families, staff, school leadership, and makes it a family. It's a space where voices are heard, ideas are shared, and action is taken to make things better for all of our students. But one thing is not possible without the support of a principal. When a school leadership welcomes parents and values our partnership, it creates culture of trust and collaboration, where families feel that they belong and are empowered to participate. So tonight, we celebrate more than hours. We celebrate teamwork, shared purpose, and the power of working together. So let's continue welcoming families and working together and strengthen our PTAs that we have. So this check right here is for $67,750 that would have been paid to parents for volunteering, which is a total of 42,344 hours of volunteer work. So, at minimum wage, at $16 an hour. And so we would like to present this to the district. So,
The board member's going to take that hour.
Dr. Lewis.
You didn't sign it. You didn't. It's the house. That's been the house signature.
One, two, three. Thank you, PTA.
How wonderful. Translate that to dollars.
Right?
Welcome.
Probably a lot more than that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So next, we have Maha coming forward, followed by Maria Ochoa.
Evening, President Dr. Lewis, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and community members. My name is Maha Rizvi, and I'm the District Director for Senator Eloise Gomez Reyes. And on behalf of the Senator, I would like to extend our appreciation to the Rialto Unified School District for taking meaningful steps towards healing, accountability, and progress following the deeply troubling incident earlier this year. What happened was not only painful, it was a reminder of the work we must all continue to do to ensure our schools are safe, respectful, and inclusive for every student and staff members, regardless of background. That's why Senator Reyes is proud to support and partner with you on the upcoming Unity Circle happening in July. This gathering is more than a response. It's a recommitment to equity, to growth, to listening and learning to our students, and to supporting the educators and leaders who are shaping the future of our region. The Senator believes in practices that strengthen school culture from the inside out. Unity circles foster shared understanding, build trust, and promote the kind of professional reflection and healing that leads to lasting change. We want to thank the district for creating space for honest dialogue, and we look forward to continuing our collaboration to uplift every student, educator, and family in Rialto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maria Ochoa, followed by Margarita Vega.
Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening, Dr. Lewis and Intern Superintendent Dr. White, and members of the board. My name is Maria Ochoa. I am a parent of 2 kids at Kelly Elementary. I also represent our school as president of ELAC. I have been at Kelly since 2020 when my daughter first started kindergarten, but this is the first year that I have felt welcome because of our new admins that we have in our school. Mr. Velasco, our principal, and Dr. Baba, our vice principal. Mr. Velasco, since day one, has made so many changes to our school, like updating our parking lot, our blacktop, and our new after-school folklorico program that my daughter loved participating in. He even added benches outside because he saw that some of the parents would sit and wait for students to come out. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I was so close to taking my kids out of our school because of bullying problems that my daughter had for the previous years. But Mr. Velasco has had assemblies and has added a safety plan that has helped so many kids against bullying. I also have a nephew that he says that he's mad that everything that's been going on and all the schools that's better now that he's leaving. So he says he's a 5th grader, he just graduated. So he says that why now instead of later. Sorry. All of the changes, we can't wait. We can't wait for this upcoming new school year that what we'll bring to all the parents with this new administration. This is the first year that we feel heard, that we feel that they understand us. Dr. Velasco has taken his time to listen to our issues. Mr. Velasco and Dr. Baba have made our school feel like a second home to a lot of us parents, which some wanted to be here today, but because everything that's going on, some of them are scared to leave their home. This year, we have made more parent involved with helping teachers and parent engagement in school meetings, like coffee with the principal and our ELAC because of our school administrators. I am so glad that I decided to give my school a second chance, and I'm so grateful for our DLI program that we have at our school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margarita Vega, followed by Laura Dean.
Good evening, President Dr. Lewis, board members, and Dr. White, and viewing audience. My name is Margarita Vega. I'm a parent of 2 amazing students at Kelly Elementary going into 2nd and 4th grade, also in the DLI program. I'm here today to address the board about our new administration at Kelly Elementary. Our principal, Mr. Velasco, and Dr. Baba have been a substantial addition to our Kelly family. This new administration are so dedicated to our students that they go above and beyond for them. Sorry. As a parent that is very involved in my daughter's school through volunteering in the classroom, library, the school events, I see a difference this year. I'm also the vice president for the school site council and the district advisory committee representative at Kelly. I met with Mr. Velasco at the beginning of the school year of 24-25 to address my concerns on a very serious situation that happened to one of my daughters at the previous year that had not been taken serious from the previous principal. Mr. Velasco was very transparent on his course of action, the safety plan that he would put in place. All I can say now is my daughter feels heard, safe, and seen at school. His efforts and focus on ensuring all kids are safe is beyond measured. He is also very active on parent engagement and engages with parents and listens to our concerns. He does not just listen to our concerns, but he makes them happen. Many parents hesitate on volunteering because we didn't feel welcome or even heard. This year, Mr. Velasco and Dr. Baba have made it very welcoming to our parents, and we hope our parent engagement increases these coming up years. Additionally, he has also made major improvements throughout our Kelly campus. Both our parking lot and blacktop where the students play were redone. He also got new play structure, new height-adjusted basketball courts for our kids, and benches for our parents to sit while they wait for their students. Many parents wanted to come and express how grateful they are that we have our new administration, but in the midst of all that's going on, they were not able to come out tonight. But Maria and I are here to represent them. Thank you for giving us such an amazing administration at Kelly. We're excited what the future holds for our koalas. And I have one more from one of our parents. Sorry. This year, Mr. Velasco has gone above and beyond to create a truly inclusive school community. He has made intentional efforts to engage African American parents in meaningful ways, making sure their voices are not only heard but deeply valued. Through heartfelt conversations, inclusive events, and genuine presence, he has helped parents feel seen and respected. Most importantly, he has created space for African American students to feel proud of who they are, lifting their voice, honoring their experience. And this is from an African parent with a
Thank you.
student there. Thank you.
Laura Dean, followed by Paula Bailey.
Put my glasses on so I can see everybody. Good evening, Honorable Board, President Dr. Lewis, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and viewing audience. My name is Laura Dean, and I am here tonight as a teacher, a parent of a Rialto High graduate, woo! And most of all, someone who believes deeply in the promise of every child who walks through our classroom doors. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for your decision to reinstate some of the reading specialists at certain school sites. As an ASB advisor for 14 years, I've been to CATA several times, and we do the CATA snap when somebody does something awesome. So everybody needs to do the CATA snap because y'all did something awesome. It's an interactive speech. On behalf of countless young readers who will find their footing because of the expertise you have restored to our schools, I thank you. Please know that we as a community stand ready to support you and our reading specialist, whether that means volunteering during literacy nights, which I've done and I will continue to do, advocating for continued funding in future budgets, or simply cheering on our students as they celebrate each new chapter they conquer. Thank you for believing in the power of literacy, and thank you for turning that belief into action.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Interim Superintendent, Cabinet, and viewing audience. It's going to be short and sweet tonight. First, we need to remember Happy Father's Day to anybody who plays the role of a dad. You don't have to be the biological dad. It doesn't matter. You play that role. You deserve that. It is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, so please don't forget our guys, as well as everyone else. And then a huge thank you to Dr. White, and a request at the same time. I attended the Cole Middle School promotion ceremony, and I seen how many families were so touched by the statement you made in so many different languages. And I didn't know if I could request that you say that statement at least once in English, because it was amazing. And there were families in tears because they never expected their language to be acknowledged. So
You want me to tell you now?
I would love that, and I think everybody else would love to hear it. I was hoping you were going to say it at the high school graduation, which was absolutely amazing. I was at that too. But I really do appreciate that, and it really shows a huge example of who we are and what we need moving forward because of those families. Thank
Keep your gift alive.
That's right.
Thank you. Is that it?
That's all for the on agenda.
Okay.
Not on
Next,
agenda, rather.
next we have public comments on the agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any item on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
We have Chantel Jackson, followed by Maurice Bowers.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, Cabinet, and viewing audience. My name is Chantel Jackson. I am a parent of a student currently enrolled in Rialto USD. I recently graduated from the UCLA Math Project, and I would like to thank the board for providing an opportunity for the parents and families of the students to be able to have additional support to help our students succeed further in their academics. Furthermore, I would like to further address the time during my employment I had with Rialto USD. I would like to provide you with a packet of some of the things I will be addressing today. I am here as a concerned parent and member of this community. What I witnessed behind the scenes in our school's nutrition service department compelled me to act despite the personal cost which led to me being terminated. But even in the face of adversity, I stand by my decision to speak up about the wrongdoings and the unfair treatment I endured because I spoke up. This isn't just a matter of cutting corners. This is a direct threat to the health and well-being of our students. I'm speaking up for all the people who don't have the courage to speak up about the wrongdoings that is being done in this district. But I'm also speaking up for the person who looks like me and is just like me, a person who was on probationary status but was told not to say anything. As a parent, it is my responsibility to protect my child, and as a human being, it is my responsibility to stand up and do the right thing. The health and safety of our students must always come first. We cannot allow cost-cutting measures or administrative negligence to jeopardize their well-being. It's time for accountability, transparency, and a commitment to ensure that our schools provide a safe and healthy environment for all our students, staff members, and families, no matter what they look like. As of today, I have not received a phone call from anyone pertaining to my employment. I stand before the school board to request a formal investigation into the situation, followed by a written notification of your findings. And I ask to pull the request for my termination off the board agenda under E.5.1 until further investigation is concluded and results are given to me. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Vice President Martinez, Board Clerk Montez, Board Members Dominguez and Williams, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, community members and viewing audience. I am class of 2005 Eisenhower alum Maurice Bowers, and I stand this evening in support of my friend Chantel Jackson, Nutrition Service Worker 1 here at the district, along with her being a mother of an enrolled student at the same district. At the last board meeting, Ms. Jackson provided great detail about the improper practices of leadership within her department and the subsequent verbal release of employment given to her. In addition to her verbal expression, she supplied the board with evidence of concern related to food handling and safety measures conducted at her assigned site of Carter High School. Since then, she has been left waiting to understand how her employment could be compromised, regardless of probationary status, for simply caring about the safe consumption of food by our students. Instead of having conversations with the intent of review and likely revising practices related to storage, cooking and/or preparation, and even serving, she was met with an employee evaluation executed by a supervisor who had never seen or was even aware of her performance beyond what was shared to them by a lead. This is also problematic because of the evaluation, if it were legitimate, it would have been conducted by a supervisor aware of her performance and not quickly issued after Ms. Jackson asked for information relative to her job duties from her department lead. Ms. Jackson has not been contacted by the district in terms of investigating her claim of wrongful termination. As a fellow CSEA member and leader, I'm also disappointed that Chapter 203 has failed to act on Ms. Jackson's behalf. Again, regardless of probationary status, because the dues being collected from her check certainly represent her active status as a member of this chapter. Being that Ms. Jackson issued a written grievance and an informal conference has not been held, It would be appropriate for an emergency meeting to take place as soon as possible with the intended resolution of Ms. Jackson being returned to work, preferably at another site, along with a review of staffing within nutritional services across the district to identify and correct any deliberate imbalance of personnel with respect to best equitable practices. Honor Ms. Jackson's worth and dignity as articulated in the parameters of your strategic plan and restore her back to gainful employment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Ana Gonzalez.
All right. Hello again, Board. Ana Gonzalez, Myler parent and community leader. I'm here to speak on item D.1.1, the LCAP. I first want to start by congratulating and giving a shout out to Dr. Hodgson, who has done an amazing improvement from the last experiences that I've had with this district's LCAP. I do see much more detail, and most importantly, the translation, the translated version of the draft. A lot of the parents I was able to meet with today and provide that information, and they were very excited and happy about that. So thank you so much for that. I'm not going to go into all of them, but I wanted to state some things for the record. I also had the opportunity to speak to him earlier today, addressing some concerns. But one of the ones that's sticking out for me a lot, because I'm a co-founder of Alianza Latina, is that there's a lot of chaos when it comes to the parent groups, and I would like them to be stated on the LCAP for funding, because a lot of the promised events and activities didn't take place last year. So I want to make sure that whatever funds were not used from last year, that they roll over to this year, and that we're being intentional with our Latino community, especially with the current events that are happening right now in our state. And so I want to make sure that Alianza is taken serious and that is given to a department or a leader, such as the one we had last time when I was there, Dr. Burciaga, who led it very well. And so I want somebody that actually wants it, because parents were told that that the department that had it this current year did not even want to deal with Alianza. So I want that to end. And then, regarding the reading specialist, thank you for doing that. However, in pages 54 through 57, there are $0 allocated for funds, and so I want to make sure that whatever we're saying, that is consistent with what's written in this LCAP, and maybe lack of understanding of why there's $0 for those specific items, because literacy is so important for our classrooms and our students. So thank you again for looking for ways to continue to fund those programs that have been proven to help our students. And then again, the intentionality about parent engagement. There's so many comments that I'm going to be sharing with Dr. Hodgson as I'm still reading through the plan, but I want to thank him for his leadership and improving this plan, and for the infographic that's coming up to provide that information more easily to our parents. And so yeah, it's looking good. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have comments from our Association Executive Board, Rialto Education Association, REA. Is that purposeful or someone's ringtone? Oh, okay.
Good evening.
Okay.
It's your walk-up music.
School board members, interim superintendent Dr. White, board president Dr. Lewis. Tonight is a good night, and I'm here to share some good news. I begin with a moment of pride. Please join me in welcoming our new Rialto Education Association Vice President, Melissa Paquette. Melissa brings nearly 20 years of service as the REA secretary, plus roles as a CTA state council delegate and an NEA representative assembly member. She's the only candidate who has union experience at the local, state, and national levels, and she brings insight from our elementary classroom at Garcia Elementary, which balances out very nicely with my secondary perspective. That perspective, of course, has been invaluable. Melissa has been a vocal defender of our reading specialists, our instructional strategists, and our coaches. She recently shared how those reading specialists at Garcia helped lift early literacy, transforming student performance. That's why tonight we're here to applaud the board's decision to restore those 10 reading specialist positions, along with several coach positions. Right? Thank you. With over 70% of our students reading below grade level, this move is more than symbolic, it's essential. Research shows that targeted intervention from reading specialists significantly improves comprehension, long-term academic success, and I believe our students will reap those benefits. We also want to acknowledge the work on the elementary minimum day schedule. Yesterday, REA in the district signed an MOU that strikes the right balance, giving teachers the prep time they need while providing administrators with PLC and professional development time. It's a model of collaboration built for student success. But success requires consistency. And that brings me to our summer school program. In February, this school board approved a 6.5-hour high school summer school day. The bell schedule in that program, though, showed a 7.5-hour day, which caused some confusion. REA helped work with the district to correct the schedules for the pay purposes, but the confusion and some real consequences still remain. Here's the impact, and I want to put this in concrete terms. Summer school teachers are not being compensated for prep time tied to that 6.5-hour instructional day. They also aren't being paid for the hours that they spend grading. Imagine this, a high school class will have approximately 40 students, that's the max. You're working for 6.5 hours. Let's say you've got 4 assignments during that day. 4 times 40 is 160, so you need to grade 160 papers. If you just gave 1 minute to every one of those papers you needed to grade, that's almost 3 hours of grading for a 6.5-hour day of instruction. The work of teaching doesn't end when the bell rings. With summer class sizes at 40 students and multiple assignments, teachers are putting in intense hours outside the classroom. Underpaying that labor sends the wrong message. It devalues our professionalism and our dedication. So we ask the board to make this right, to ensure that summer school teachers are paid for all aspects of their work, instruction, prep, grading. Let's align schedules to clarify expectations and compensate staff properly. This is a matter of fairness and investment in the quality of summer learning. In closing, tonight we celebrate your leadership in restoring vital reading specialist positions and forging a collaborative schedule for the minimum days. Now let's complete the work by supporting our summer school teachers in the same way, because we know that when we take care of educators, they take care of our students. Thank you for your attention and your action and your commitment to doing right by our teachers and our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, was it more than 10? Was it,
Well,
did I hear?
yes, it's 10 were restored, but we were able to find the funding. I think it's
For an
29 altogether.
additional 16?
Yes, how many?
26?
29 altogether. 29. Yeah.
Okay. Next, we have California School Employee Association, CSEA.
Good evening, President Lewis, Dr. Lewis, board members, superintendent, and acting superintendent, Dr. Judy White, and community members. Once again, my name is Christina Costa, CSEA president, and I wanted to take a moment to reflect on where we are, where we've been, and more importantly, where we are going. Yes. We are in a season of change. Over the past months, we've seen transitions in leadership, staff, retirements, reassignments, and new faces entering our district at all levels. Naturally, anytime there is significant change, there are questions and concerns and moments of uncertainty. That's to be expected, but with change also comes opportunity. Opportunity to reset, opportunity to rebuild, opportunity to reimagine what is possible for our students, our staff, and our community. Each new leader, each staff member, whether in the classroom, on the playground, in the office, or behind the scenes, brings with them new energy, new ideas, and new possibilities. Our district is being shaped not by just those who have served it for years, but also by those who are choosing to join us now and invest in the future we are building. Let us not forget our core mission remains the same: to serve students, to support learning, and to create safe, nurturing environments where children can grow, not just academically, but emotionally, socially, and creatively. We honor the contributions of those who have retired or moved on. Their legacies are deeply woven into this history of the district. But as we look ahead, it's time to focus our energy on building culture, a culture that is collaborative, transparent, and driven by what is best for kids. I've had the privilege of speaking with employees across multiple departments, nutrition services, custodial teams, educators, aides, clerical staff, and what I consistently hear is the desire to be part of something that feels positive, unified, and forward-moving. They're not just waiting to be told what the future will be, they want to help create it. So let's foster that momentum. Let's prioritize communication, celebrate the small wins, and embrace innovation. Let's listen more and assume the best in one another. Let's give the new employees the support they need to be successful and provide longstanding staff with the respect and voice they've earned throughout their experience here. Graduation season has passed, and it was a perfect symbol of transformation. Our students are moving on to new chapters filled with hope and ambition. Let's follow their example. Let's start fresh, let's build stronger, and let's do it together. Let's be conscientious of what you say and how you say it. Be communicative with each other. Collaborate with integrity and with no favoritism. Don't be so critical or harbor ill feelings. The past is the past. Become a family again. Forgiveness is the foundation of a plentiful future. In short, mean what you say and say what you mean. Thank you for your time, and thank you everyone, board members, staff, and families who continue to show up, speak up, and lift up this district. And in response to our person here that came asking for you to pull her item, I also mirror that. You need to pull that item because I don't think that that was inappropriate, even though our contract might say, for no cause dismissal. I think that in light of everything that's going on in that department, it really needs to be looked at, and somebody really needs to talk to her and speak to her and let her know, because nobody has reached out on your end other than calling her for an evaluation and say, oh, by the way, your services are no longer needed. I think that was unfair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rialto School Managers Association, RSMA. Okay. Comments from our interim superintendent, Dr. Judy White.
Did you skip Communication Workers of America?
We called them.
Oh,
Did we?
No. You didn't call.
I did not
Is she
hear
here?
CW.
Communication Workers of America?
She's not here.
Did you see her somewhere?
no, I just
Oh,
figured maybe
okay.
sometimes they're in the hallways.
Yeah, we're in the
We just
back.
announce it just in case.
Comments from the interim superintendent, Dr. Judy White.
Thank you, Board President Dr. Lewis. Good evening to our beloved Rialto Unified School District communities. Over the past few weeks, I've had the honor of standing with students, families, and educators during one of the most powerful seasons in pre-K-12 public education, graduation and promotion season. As a mother, a grandmother, and a lifelong educator, I've attended my fair share of ceremonies over the years, but I must say, there is nothing quite like a Rialto Unified celebration. Take a look at the pictures as our evidence.
Yes.
Our middle school promotions ceremonies were very good. And then on Sunday, June 1st, we gathered for not one, not two, but 5 high-energy, heartfelt graduation ceremonies at Toyota Arena. Class of 2025 graduates, we are so proud of you. The entire 12-hour day, which began at 8 a.m., and at 7 a.m. for some of us, was nothing short of spectacular and celebratory. Our students walked across that stage with confidence, courage, and a sense of community that radiated throughout the entire arena. I am proud to join the Board of Education in commending these outstanding graduates. Thank you also to our incredible staff from across the district who helped our graduation and promotion season to be incredibly special.
Yes.
These events do not happen by chance. They are the result of countless hours of preparation, collaboration between multiple service areas and our school sites and heart. During the graduation ceremonies, I shared a personal story, one that reflects not only my own journey, but the journey of so many of our scholars. I faced many obstacles in my life, and I've had moments where I had to fight to keep going. I told the students that I bought a pair of boxing gloves, which I still have, and whenever life tried to knock me down, I'd put those gloves on and throw a few symbolic punches to myself that I am strong enough to get back up. And when some of the students were walking by to shake my hands, they were saying, "Thank you. Thank you for what you said." I know our student, staff, and community have that same fight in them because that's what we do in Rialto. Although I was not in attendance for the fourth annual Divergent Games, I want to thank Special Services for an outstanding event. I want to share with everyone that there's a special video that is showcased in our official social media platform highlighting the fun that students and parents and the community had experienced at Carter High School. I also want you to know that there is a writing prompt on the CAS testing, and if a student writes something that concerns the reader, they will send a notification to the superintendent and the test coordinator to identify that student and provide intervention and counseling. And it breaks my heart and saddens me that we had at least 2 students who wrote on their test papers that they were afraid that their parents would be deported. So we know that this is something that's heavy on their hearts. And I just want us to take a moment to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the safety and dignity of every student and family member in the Rialto Unified School District. And while raids are currently happening and unfolding beyond our city, we recognize the impact of fear and anxiety that they may stir up in our community. So for those who have contacted our district offices, we see you, we listen to you, and we are here with you, specifically all of our families who feel impacted by what's happening in the news. Every person deserves dignity and compassion. My final note is that I send out words every once in a while to our employees and all staff. Recently, I sent an email to all staff highlighting one word, and that one word for that day was exemplary. To be exemplary is to serve as a model worth following, one of the best of its kind. As we celebrate our retirees, our promoting middle schoolers, and our high school and adult school graduates, I encourage all of us to embody that spirit. Let's be a living example of what's possible when we give our very best. Let's commit to continuous growth, to leading with love, and to lifting up every scholar, every family, and every colleague. RUSD, you are exemplary. I also want to wish a happy Father's Day to all the dads, the future dads, the stepdads, and moms who take on the roles of dads, the adopted dads, the granddads, and the dads like mine who are no longer with us, and also the father of my children, Mr. White, who's been at every board meeting. President, happy Father's Day and a restful summer break, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Board Member Williams.
So this was my very first graduation season as a board member, and I will say I was so honored to be able to congratulate all the students and to see their faces and their excitement and their nervousness and just see how proud they were and get to hear all the families cheering for them. So I was just, one thing to remember is how important it is just to see them finish something they started, even if it was their parents that got them started. They finished, no matter how challenging the road may have been, no matter how much they may not have liked some of the journey, they finished. And so it's a reminder for us, finish what you start. And just as important, actually begin. There's so many things that we don't have it all figured out, and it stops a lot of us from beginning. And so I don't know who needs to hear this tonight, but begin. Life can be like a people mover. You take a couple steps and then you get to going, And so I was able to make it to the Divergent Games. I had heard of it for years, but this was my first year going. and it was amazing. And I learned a lot about my fellow board members, how much energy some of them have, and how quick on their feet a lot of them are. And just I'm looking forward to the day when our stands of the diversion games are completely full of community members, teachers, other students, and having everyone on the field. And from what I understand, the theme changes every year, and it's just a lot of excitement. So I'm looking forward to going year after year and seeing everyone there. Regarding the ADA, increasing it with our TK, like I have 2 little kids. Oh my goodness, their hands, I probably have so many germs on them. So maybe we can get another hand washing campaign going, as we start start with our new TK students, and keep them at school without getting other kids sick. But as I mentioned, really happy to see the reading specialists. I'm looking forward to also getting some math coaches one of these days. I'm putting it out there, some more math coaches. And I know Ms. Romo's probably thinking, we got to have the money for that. But you know what? Where there's a will, there's a way, and we can figure it out. Happy Father's Day to everyone. As mentioned, they always say that, Mother's Day is a big to-do. Father's just another day. That is not true. We really appreciate you guys. I mean, we wouldn't be here without you either. So anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Dominguez.
Thank you, President Lewis. So another year has gone down, and we're ready to move forward. Thank you to everybody that participated in graduations, from our maintenance team to our warehouse workers to our secretaries, logistics, ordering. So much effort goes into those graduations that is truly special. And today, June 11th, is actually the day that I graduated high school 21 years ago. I never thought I would be saying that, 21 years. But I just want to thank everybody for the Divergent Games, very special. Yes, these kids have so much energy. I'm thinking I'm going to run next to them. No, they take off and leave me. And just for the record, I won against Mr. Montes. So I'm just saying, just putting it out there, politically correct. But with this new year coming, now that it's summer, this is not the time that we vacation. This is the time that we plan. This is the time that we get stuff done. We need to continue with the healing. We need to focus on our academics, and I am very excited to proclaim and say that we are getting our reading specialists back, 29, correct, Dr. White? 29 of them. So reading is very important. I felt like I didn't know how to read well when I was in elementary, and it wasn't until later in my middle school years that I met a teacher that she just sat down with me and says, no, you're going to read. You're going to read. And I never felt confident to be able to read out loud in the class. When they called my name, my stomach would sink to the ground, my hands would get shaky, just because I didn't want to mess up and feel embarrassed in front of my peers. So I understand these kids, and I'm very proud to say that we are going to have these reading specialists back in the classroom. We need to continue to move forward, and I want to thank all of the parents that came to speak up about our LCAP and that have gone to our LCAP meetings. Yes, it does take time, but these are very important facts that we need to know as a district of what you need. I appreciate every single teacher, every parent, administrator that has sent us emails expressing their need for what they need for our scholars. Without you, you are our eyes and ears of the district and advocates for our students. So I thank you for those emails. And tonight, with everything that is going on, I do want to say a personal statement. And I'm speaking now as an immigrant daughter from Guatemala and a mother of 3 young children. I have witnessed the horrendous ICE raids throughout California. I have received numerous calls from parents and community members, and it has a profound effect on the makeup of our communities, including our families and students. These raids are inhumane. We have witnessed chaos in Los Angeles, and it's starting to seep in our county. This abrupt separation of families not only takes an emotional toll on our immigrants, but it creates financial difficulties. It instills fear throughout our neighborhoods. And we at Rialto USD, we reflect the diverse makeup of our national landscape. This narrative is dangerous and compromises the given right for education for all of our scholars. We must find a more peaceful narrative to this vicious separation of families. Those who have been directly impacted and touched by such actions, please stay strong and vigilant. Dignity and respect for all life is important, and my heart is with you and as our state faces this disheartening and humane crisis. So just stay strong. Rialto has always thought of safety, and I know that we will continue to practice that and continue to exhibit that. So safety is always our first main concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Clerk Martinez. Ooh, okay. You open the door. Board Clerk Montes.
Thank you, Board President Dr. Lewis. I just want to first say congratulations again to the class of 2025 and all of the middle schoolers who promoted, all of the elementary students who promoted, the kindergartners who had little graduations. It's just a really happy time for students and parents and staff. I've always said this before, graduations is one of my favorite, if not my favorite time of the year, of the school year. And thank you to all of the staff who made it possible. I wound up leaving a little later than I wanted to, and I saw our maintenance crew out there loading up equipment, that they from the stages and all that, and chairs and stuff, and everyone involved, everybody, a lot of people from different school sites participate in the graduations, almost all of the departments. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to all the teachers that were able to make it out to graduations. I want to also thank, I want to congratulate Dr. John Black and Dr. Ellis, I forget the first name? Denise Ellis. I want to congratulate them on their appointment hires tonight. I welcome them to our district, and I just want them to know that I only abstain, not against them being hired and brought here, but because I believe that whoever the next superintendent's going to be should have weighed in and had an opportunity to make a decision or give an opinion on who the high-level officials should be. But aside from that, welcome, Dr. Black and Dr. Ellis. We look forward to seeing your wonderful things from you guys and everything that you'll be able to help us do moving forward. I want to also thank everyone who made it the Divergent Games possible. I didn't see as many parents and students this year as last year, but I know it was hot, it was early, it was during the week. I think in the past they've been on Saturdays. But either way, regardless, there was a lot of people, and it was fun to see. It was fun to race against the students. It was fun to race against staff members. It was fun to race against our own colleagues. But when I saw Dr. Lewis run, I said, "Is that Dr. Lewis over there?" She was gone. I thought I was fast. I was like, "Dang, Dr. Lewis can run." But it was really fun. It was really thank you, Dr. Sonia Scott. Thank everyone in special services, everyone who made it possible. I hope that in the future we can do the Divergent Games a little bit earlier in the school year, where it's not so hot, and maybe we can get more participation. But something for us to work on down the road. Thank you again, everyone. I want to thank PTA president and vice president and the 3 PTA members who came here from the Rialto Council. I know they don't hear it enough, but thank you for coming here tonight, first of all. And thank you for all of the hard work that you guys do. Not all of our school sites have a PTA, but a lot of them do. And the Rialto Council of PTA, as like a mother chapter or the head organization of the rest of the PTAs, really works really hard. And they have an annual dinner gala where they recognize a lot of the good work being done on behalf of PTA, and thank you to the teachers who participate and all the administrators who support it. I hope everyone's enjoying their summer break. Sure feels like we're getting a break tonight, and thank you to everyone out there just enjoying your time off, and for those who are working hard, enjoy that summer break. Dr. White, I want to thank you personally as a school board member and as a parent for your comments tonight in regards to what you said in as far as safety being our number one concern and our commitment, and just talking about our commitment to ensure that our families are safe here in the school district, our students, our parents. So thank you for that. And last but not least, let's get this meeting on.
Okay, thank you. Well done. Next, we'll have Vice President Martinez.
Thank you, President Lewis. The school safety plan, just a quick comment before I forget about it. I noticed in reviewing that some of the names have retired. So when you have a chance, go over the safety plan and fill it with the new name, because it's part of the interface with the city and all of the other command functions. You might even put down the duty, or, vice principal is in charge of this, because when it's vacant and no one knows, and we may have a new secretary on site, principal may be out during a true emergency, they need to know, well, where's the vice principal? They're in charge of this. So just a thought. Been involved with community safety since the 70s. So anyway, everyone, REA, CSEA, CWA, RSMA, thank you for the 24-25 school year. It was a great year. It was trying. It was hard work. But anything that is worth doing, even if it costs hard work, it's worthwhile because it's our next generation. So I thank you for everything, everyone. At graduation, you've probably heard me say it more than once. It is the best day between all the things lined up. My favorite is still going to the arena and seeing all those shaking all those sweaty palms and seeing all those frantic faces on the students. Yes. And just, you see their personality for just that instant. And I almost used the wrong word here, but I got to thinking this last time that graduation at the arena really is giving back to the community their tax money, because the day belongs to them. I can't say gift, but it's a blessing to them. The attorney's in here, so I'm watching for that. Okay. Other than that, I don't know if anyone's already asked, but regarding employee 2696635, did somebody ask to pull that yet?
Well, we didn't get to that point.
Okay. When we do get there, I am asking to pull that name and requesting that she begin probation again under a new supervisor and with a date to begin as needed. But I leave that up to the superintendent and the site where she'll be, all of that. But if she was given a wrong, if anything was suspected of going wrong with that, knowing what's in the paper from nutrition, I want to make sure that we treat our people right. So even if it means starting again, that's tough, but it's not necessarily starting again. It's on the powers that be. I just say, Dr. White, do what you need to do.
Well, you're making your board comments, so we can sort of reserve that.
Board comment.
Yeah.
Let's see, and that was about it. So, over to you, President Lewis.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Melissa Paquette.
Yes. All right, well, it's time for my board comments, and I'm going to say that I was able to go to Acoma. They graduated their first class of teen mental health first responders. And we had 3 graduates from Rialto School District that are certified as a mental health first responder. That's very good. And then I was able to go to Senator Eloise Reyes, where they had their graduation ceremony for their government. And that's something that we are really going to get our students involved with next year, and they're open. I saw you get the card, so we're on top of that. And when a department is going through change, just like this whole district, I went to Frisbee. The nutritional services did have a kickoff. The students, the families had a remarkable. And we have people who work very hard, but we have to say that when a department is going through transition, we still have to stand by the employees who are there and to support them because they're supplying food and services. So, this reminds me of this quick parable. Is a man that only had one horse, and his son accidentally left the gate and open, and he lost his horse. And he said, "You know what? I'm not worried. Things will get better." And then the horse came back with a herd of wild horses. And then his son was trying to break the wild horses and fell and broke his leg. He's like, "Oh my goodness, you only have one son. What you gonna do now?" And then someone came and they had a war and they were trying to draft his only one son. And he was blessed that his son had a broken leg. So we're going through changes. And if we be steady, moving forward, don't know what's going to come, but we have to have that outlook. And so all the staff and people who are out there in nutritional services, we're working, we're investigating, we're supporting, and we appreciate your service. We appreciate the maintenance and the setup and the warehouse who help everything with Frisbee. And yes, I am fast. Okay? And also, if you want to watch me dust off the Eisenhower principle, she thought she had me in a tunnel, and I kicked it up in 4th gear and beat her on an obstacle course. But that was fun. And the Divergent Games is really trying to find that sweet spot. So they're, go weekend, see how that turned out. They're moving the dates from May to June, different times. So they're gonna find a good home to have more people. But the thing is that they keep trying and they keep changing and they're listening to feedback from staff and families and transportation. And so they're open. So all these changes that they've made since I've been to every one of them, it's different feedback, and you have to be open to try something new and see how it goes. So it was a good day. It wasn't too hot, but I think the direction that we're going, it would be nice to just hold and wait, but we're going to get into some heavy stuff, and we really have to make sure that we are doing our due diligence with everything and every step of the way. Congratulations on your appointment. And we're just, we just have pride. And what I want to say, congratulations to our personnel, the applications that people are applying to work in this district. They get stacked for each position open. You guys have been working in overdrive, going through all that technical and background. And that's hard work, but that says that people want to work in Rialto. People want to come to Rialto. And Rialto do not have any problems recruiting good talent. What we're doing is sifting and making sure we're having that fit and making sure we incorporate things and mentoring and moving up of our employment and looking at every angle, because the future is going to be tight. And that's why our choice for our next superintendent, really, we're not going to shortchange. We're not going to just leave it up to, everyone has to do their due diligence, because this person has to be fiscally sound. It has to be security sound. It has to be more, because education has changed. And, to support our teachers and our staff and our student, and never forget that we are education. So everything supports the hard work of that student. And public education is, you're going to get students with all different types of reading levels, all different types of social emotional. They can come in and out, all different types of trauma, seen and unseen. I've worked at other places where they can read out. If you're not at this level, they don't accept you. They're a private institution. So they don't have to accept everyone. You have to pay to be on a waiting list. So when we have this beautiful thing called public education in California with high quality teachers and staff that, get paid, you never get paid enough for what you do, but we appreciate that your higher calling will balance, maybe not that 7 hour for summer school, but I was like, I've been grading paper, you gotta make it automatic, put it in Canvas. No, I'm just saying. But there's ways that we will work together and work with you to meet their outcomes. So let's start this, and we're going to move. Now, this is where you can make your amendment. This is the proper time for consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendars.
Can go to D, public hearing.
Oh, did we skip 2 pages?
We're gonna do public hearings first.
Thank you, Board Clerk Montez.
I make a motion
Okay.
to open
Public hearing. Do we read it first, right? Open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on any items on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Is there a motion for public hearing?
So moved.
There's a first and a second already.
Okay, and the time is 9:34.
No speakers.
Okay,
Okay, so public hearing item D 1.1, 2026-2027 Local Control and Accountability Plan, Education Code Section 52062B1 requires that a governing board of a school district shall hold at least one public hearing to solicit the recommendations and comments of the members of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures proposed to be included in the Local Control and Accountability Plan or annual update to the Local Control and Accountability. The agenda for the public hearing shall be posted at least 72 hours before the public hearing and shall include the location where the Local Control and Accountability Plan or annual update to the Local Control and Accountability Plan will be available for inspection. And that is found on page 67. We move on to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
all in,
Failed to ask if there were any
for a question,
comments.
I said that, but we can say it again.
Were there any comments? No, we didn't have any comments.
Okay.
So unanimous vote, was that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
At 9:36.
We move on to the second open public hearing. Any
So
person
moved.
wish? Oh,
Second.
again, no comments. What was the motion?
Lewis.
Second?
And Montes.
Montes.
Vote by board members.
Aye.
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 936. D 3.1 fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed budget. Education Code Section 52062B2 requires that the public hearing meeting at which a school district's governing board adopts a local control and accountability plan and adopts a budget must be held after but not on the same day as the public meeting at which the governing board holds the required public hearing on the LCAP and the proposed budget. This can be found on page 68.
So move.
Second.
Vote by board members.
Any questions? Okay. All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Okay, time is 9:37. Motion to close public hearing. So move.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Now we move on to consent calendar items. All items in the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by the Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action. Motion?
I make a motion that we approve the consent calendar and that we remove from the item E 5.1. That we remove.
Employee member.
Employee 2696635.
Were you able to get that,
Yes.
Martha?
It's number 2696635.
Yeah, until further notice.
Until investigation.
Correct.
And is there any other polls?
Yeah.
And do we have any conflict of interest that we need to
Yeah.
pull?
I think
Okay.
it's E31.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's a point of order about your action. I would like for us, since we're going back into closed session, we need to discuss it. Because if we don't take action tonight, it has a different impact. And so it's a personnel matter that we need to discuss. And Mr. Keeler, if you can help clarify how we.
It's appropriate to discuss in closed session.
Okay.
For the
So,
record, please, sir.
so we will
For the record, please.
remove it from this consent and go back into closed session.
That's exactly right. It's
Thank
appropriate to pull it from consent,
Consent.
but since you are returning to closed session
Session.
and you do have public employee discipline dismissal release on the closed session agenda, you can discuss it there in, a
Closed.
confidential manner appropriate for a personnel matter.
And could
Thank
you please
you.
identify yourself for the public,
I'm
please?
Chris Keeler, counsel for the district. Thank you.
Okay. So,
I had some.
what's your other poll?
So we got E.3.1, and then I just had a question for E3.1.5 and
Okay,
E3.15
E3.1.
and E3.1.
So just for clarification, are we gonna pull the whole item to take action on it afterwards?
Just that.
Or just that one.
We can do it single, we can just talk about that.
Okay.
one.
Yeah.
The rest of the personnel report should go forward.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we talking about Board Member Williams that she, or
He
you're
was
talking
talking
about the
about-
previous?
No.
Okay.
About the employee.
Okay, so let's go back with items you had, Board Member Williams?
It was E.3.1 and E3.15 and 16.
Can you speak a little
So E.3.1, E.3.15, E.3.16.
So you're pulling this, or do you have questions?
The same thing, right?
No.
Pulling to ask a question. I'm pulling to ask a question.
So
For
when we
separate-
come,
Separate vote.
Separate vote.
okay, so you're
Yeah,
pulling
we're
from
gonna-
an all
we're
vote,
gonna-
okay. Just wanted clarification. Okay, so do you have those numbers?
So just to verify or confirm, it's E3.31, is that?
Yes.
And then E3.15,
Yes.
and then E3.16.
Oh, sorry, and I have another one. E.1.2.
E.1.2.
Yes.
Just to clarify the E3.31, can you identify
Sorry.
the name?
E.31.
Oh.
E.3.1.
I think that point, maybe we can get rid of that point in between the E and the number. We could just say E 3.1.
Just say the title of it.
Yes.
At the point.
Approve the warrant listing and purchase order.
Okay,
Got it.
there you go.
Okay,
That's,
thank you so
yeah,
much.
just read the title. Go ahead. Okay, next.
That's all I have.
Okay. So, okay, recap.
Okay, so we have E 1.2, E 3.1, E 3.15, and E 3.16.
Okay, so.
Okay,
I make a motion to move forward as
okay,
amended.
wait, point of order, okay. So we have that. Okay, so next, do we have any other further questions from any other polls or questions?
Was there a second?
Okay, do we have any?
I don't have a second.
She was
yet.
getting that, okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make a motion. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon with the exception of, let's read that.
With the exception of E 1.2, E 3.1, E 3.15, E 3.16, and then we're pulling for separate action E 5.1.
Okay, so that's our amendment. Okay, so move. We have a second on that?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Vote by Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, so we'll start with E 1.2. Approve the first reading of revised board policy 3460, financial reports and accountability. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Any questions or discussion?
Yeah, I wanted to suggest an alternate change for a couple sections. The first one says, when submission of any such report must be approved by the board prior to its submission to a local, state, and our federal agency requires, and I'm sorry, this is on, I think 94. I think this is page 94. Requires board approval, the superintendent or designee shall provide the report to the board in sufficient time to enable the board to carefully review the report and meet without breaking any applicable submission deadlines. I just found that wording to be kind of confusing, so I want to suggest changing it to when submission of any such report to a local, state, and/or federal agency requires prior approval by the board, the schedule for the presentation, review, and timely submission of the report shall allow adequate time for the board to carefully review the report and meet.
I'm
So-
okay with that.
Your question is for editing?
Correct.
Okay. So,
And I can repeat that because I would.
well,
like
I
to-
think we could, if that's sort of written for them to edit.
Yeah, is that
And
ed
then
code though,
review.
or? what is
No,
it?
it's board policy.
Yes.
Board policy, okay.
Can we bring this item back with the corrections made? Can we bring this back to the next meeting with the?
I think,
Yes, I
You
think
definitely,
that's,
you can definitely bring it back, but one point of order is that the language we get from CSBA, and it's already been approved by the attorneys. So usually, if we change it, we do go through another set of approvals from them too. So if the board as a whole wishes to change it, we can bring it back in the future, but we have to go through another step of approval.
So it has to go through our board policies here. You're saying would have to go through CSBA's?
No,
No,
we
it has
do
to
get
just be
them
reviewed.
checked again. So, and we can do that. We can do that.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I don't want to change the meaning of what it says. I just want to reword it. to
we'll have our
make it clear.
attorney sort of adjust that question. Thank you. Thank you.
The way this shows up on the consent agenda is as a first reading.
Right.
And not as final approval. So this appearing as a first reading, it is appropriate to suggest revisions. It is going to be brought back for a second reading and for a request for approval. So now is the time, if you were to make a recommendation, and it could come back at the next meeting in the original form and also in a red line that shows your suggestions. And then the board can act on it at that point. seeing your suggestions and the original text, and if they want legal review before then, just to make sure that your revisions, which, you know, I don't know off the top of my head if it's departing from statutory language, but we could figure that out very easily.
Yes, that would be my only concern, is just, I'm not trying to change what we're saying. I just want to make sure it's a little bit more clear.
Yeah.
So
This
I-
just isn't final approval anyway. So
Right, so I think that we can, this is the first reading, and we can vote on having Board Member Williams' amendment, her suggestion, and then it will come back for the second reading.
May I
also
make
had
a
one more.
recommendation? Let's pass it as is, to be amended, and you send in your written
They
text.
have it.
Oh, you already have it?
Yeah, and there's actually one more from that same section that I wanted
Yeah,
to read.
but it's the first reading,
Yeah.
so it's
Okay.
going to come back again, but she needs to make sure that
I
the
wanted to come
revision
Yeah,
It's
I wanted to come back,
for a second reading.
yeah, with the
Yeah,
edits.
it has
as
to go
long
through the
as
first and the second reading
Yeah.
before it gets approved.
Okay.
And at the same time, we don't have to adopt word per word how CSBA is suggesting it. It's just CSBA provides a lot of updates and whatnot, but every board, every district has a right to adjust their board policies, you know.
But I think the intent was just making sure that it was legally with the amendment, the intent is there. And so since this is the first reading, it's good feedback, and so we can adopt this and with the revisions that come back for the second readings to review.
Okay, and I had another one on page
So
97.
can we go ahead and take a vote to move this one forward?
Well, it's the same one that I had another edit.
Oh, on the same one.
Did you
on
want to
page-
just submit all your edits since it's going to be omitted, or you
submitted.
want to just read it out loud?
I would want to read it out loud so
Okay.
you guys know what it is. I mean, I guess it's gonna.
It's gonna
back,
come
but I
back
wanna
red
make
line,
sure
yeah.
Before it goes, you guys are
I want to hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Oh, okay. So on page 97, it says, except when as determined by the Education Audit Appeals Panel, no otherwise eligible auditor is available, a public accounting firm whose lead or coordinating audit partner having primary responsibility for the audit or whose audit partner responsible for reviewing the audit has performed audit services for the district in each of the 6 previous fiscal years shall not be selected to perform a district audit. That was very kind of hard and wordy to read. So I'm suggesting a change it to, except when a waiver is provided by the Education Audit Appeals Panel because no otherwise eligible auditor is available, no public accounting firm shall be selected to provide audit services to the district if the lead audit partner or coordinating audit partner having primary responsibility for the audit or the audit partner responsible for reviewing the audit has performed audit services for the district in each of the 6 previous fiscal years.
You have that?
They have
You
it.
remember that? Okay, but so it's very important for it to come back red. So when, for the second, we'll know what the request and what's the changes made. Yeah, I like that. So when it comes back. All right, are we ready to take the vote? Any further questions or revisions?
No, not for that.
Okay, thank you. All right, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
With
Board-
the change.
Yeah, that's what the amendment was. Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And I.
Okay, thank you. Now we move on to 3.1. Approve the warrant listing and purchase order listing. Do we
So
have a
move.
Second?
Did we, 3.13, are we going back to that one?
We're at E 3.1.
3.1? Yes.
Okay, so we skipped that one, okay.
So the only,
Since you have a
sorry, if we
motion.
can go back. So when we originally read
Yeah, we
out
did the
the
consent.
corrections, President Lewis, the original, before we adopted the agenda, we also adopted, and we also read to revise E 2.4. So we already went ahead and read that revision.
Okay,
In the beginning.
all right. Carry on.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second of
funds from April 30th, 2025 through May 20th, 2025 sent under separate cover to the board members. A copy for public review will be available on the district's website.
So move.
Second?
There's already
Oh,
a
yeah, there
first
we
and a
have motion,
second.
yeah. we have a first and a
Any
second.
questions further? All right, all in favor? Board Member Williams?
Abstain
Okay,
for potential conflict of interest, well, perceived
okay.
conflict of interest.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And I.
Okay, now we move on to
No se me duerman.
E 3.15. Approve a renewal agreement with Jose Martin Reyes. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second?
Provide interpretation and translation services for meetings, conferences, translation of documents, and instructional requests in languages other than Spanish, including American Sign Language, effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, at a cost not to exceed $20,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion?
Yes, I wanted to know why this is a separate item from E 3.16. Can we combine these two things?
One's in Spanish, one's not. One's other than Spanish, and the second one.
Can we have staff to address
One's
that?
just for the meetings.
Yes, and it is paid out of separate budget because the second one is just for interpretation for a board meeting, so it's paid out of the superintendent's and administrative services, and the other one is paid out of English learners.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or
Item one.
discussion?
And I just want to point out that it's, this is not just for Mr. Reyes by himself. I believe it's a team of people.
His
Right.
company.
Yeah, his
Yeah,
company.
it's his company.
Correct, that's the name of his company.
Okay. Any further question or discussion? Okay. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And I.
So do we want to take a vote on the E 3.16,
Yeah.
Ms. Williams,
Yes.
since you got the answer? Okay. So I'll go ahead and read it. E 3.16, approve a renewal agreement with Jose Martin Reyes for board meeting interpreting services. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second?
Provide Spanish language interpreting services for the 2025-2026 board meetings at a cost of $1,200 per meeting, effective July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, at a cost not to exceed $35,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions, further questions on this, or has there been discussion? Okay, vote by Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And I.
Okay. I think that takes us to discussion action items.
Okay. We're flip. Okay, let's
Okay.
go.
Discussion action item F1, approve a change order number 1 for Lifetime Industries Incorporated doing business at Spark West Construction for the International Healing Garden Project.
So move.
Second?
Increase the original contract from the amount of $5,327,000 with an additional cost of $395,579 for a revised contract amount of $5,722,579 for the International Healing Garden Project and to be paid from the Special Reserve for Capital Outlay Projects Fund 40.
Any questions or discussion on this item? Okay, Board Member Williams? Yes. Did you have a question?
It's a change order.
Yeah, do we anticipate this being complete after this change order? Is this, or do we foresee?
Can we have staff come forward? Thank you.
Good evening.
Good Good evening.
Board Member Dr. Lewis, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, Cabinet, and viewing audience. My name is Angie Lopez, and I'm Director of Facilities. And to address your question, the contractor is ready to go. If this is approved tonight, they're ready to start with this work next week. And we are estimating for this to be completed by July 31st.
Any further questions? Discussion?
That's fast.
Okay. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
No more boulders.
Item F2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item F2, approve an amendment to the agreement with PM Kelly Leadership Consulting LLC.
So move.
Second.
Accept the contract effective July 1, 2025 through September 30th, 2025 for an additional cost of $35,000, bringing the new total amount not to exceed $70,000 and to be paid from the general fund. Discussion?
Okay.
Question.
Go ahead, Board Clerk Montez.
Can the contract be, does it have a cancellation clause?
Excuse me?
Does the contract have a
I
cancellation,
don't think so. I
cancellation
think
clause?
that, doesn't have a cancellation, I mean, we can cancel.
It's on
anytime.
page 205.
We can cancel.
All our contracts include a 30-day termination clause where for any reason they can be terminated.
Just in case.
Okay. Vote by, any further questions? Okay. Vote by Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Board Member is not here yet. Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
And item F3 was pulled. We move to item F4, approve a renewal agreement with Parent Square. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Purchase the Parent Square communication platform for the 2025-26 school year effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $130,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Okay, Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Item F5, approve a renewal agreement with California Association of Bilingual Education Professional Development Services. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Provide 18 days of professional development in the area of dual language immersion, supplemental language acquisition strategies, and the ELA/ELD framework for RUSD English learners, effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, at a cost not to exceed $81,000 and to be paid from the general fund, LCFF, and Title III.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Okay, Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye. Okay, go ahead.
Item F6, approve a renewal agreement with Imagine Learning for Hispanic Virtual Academy. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Oh, it's an alarm, so it's not good.
Go ahead. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any question or discussion?
Yeah, I wanna discuss this one.
Okay, letter,
Let me read it really quick
Yeah.
if you don't mind. Provide a learning license in digital libraries effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $98,685.58 and to be paid from the general fund.
Okay, go ahead, Board Member Williams, what's your question or discussion?
Yeah, just want to discuss. So when I look at, from face value, when you look at like the dashboard for Zupanic, we still have a lot of work to do with the scores. So my question, was originally, is this working? Yeah, is it working? Are there other options that we should be looking at? And I received some answers. I haven't been able to get too in depth in them yet, but it appears as though we have seen improvements over the years with this particular platform.
Yes, Board Member Williams, we have seen some improvement. It was vetted with another company as well. We have seen, so as of right now, we're going to be over 90% in the graduation rate. Now, there was some dips in performance because it was K-12, and since then, we have readjusted and gone back to 9 through 12, which was the original plan for it. So yeah, there has been, and I do have an administrator here from Zupanic, if they want to answer any more questions, if you have any other questions.
Yeah. I just want to get a good feel for what we're approving tonight. I want to ensure that we have seen progress. And so when you say that there was another program, Ingenuity, is that what it is that's working in conjunction with this
So
one?
Edgenuity is owned by Imagine Learning.
Okay.
So it's the same.
Oh, that's what we're using?
Yes, we're using it.
Okay. And so have we, so you said the dip was from using it with kids. So this is specifically for like high school is where we're seeing the growth. And how many options are there? Have we seen if there's anything better? We're saying this is what's working. Let's just go with it. How many other options are there for these kind of academies?
There's other options, as we can see, there's other districts that we went ahead and visited. And I have some in the information that I shared with you. The ZVA, Zupanic Virtual Academy Leadership, they did went visits to Moreno Valley, went over to Fontana, went over to Redlands in order, so they vetted it. And mind you, this has been, what is it, third year or second year, I think? Third. And usually it takes about 3 years. And usually we go ahead, and after that, we go ahead and look at the data and see, is this working, not working, how can we get better? But when this question came up, I did ask, the administrators, and they followed up with some of the teachers, even students, that do feel that this is making them succeed.
Okay, awesome. All right.
Okay, Vice President Martinez?
Okay, I noticed that in the narrative on page 210, it says pre-K through 12. Is there a cheaper product since we're only needing 8 through 12?
I'll look at that. There was an adjustment for that. I do not recall exactly what the adjustment was, but there is an adjustment for that.
Okay.
If I may add, when we were buying the license for kinder through 12, the cost was over 200,000. So the cost that we have here reflects just the high school component. And just to further what Manny was explaining was, when you run an independent study program, it has certain compliance requirements. And this particular program has allowed us to have the work samples that have to be kept by student, by class, by teacher. And so if you want to learn more about that, we do have the assistant principal that oversees the school here.
I would just like to add, let's not forget the climate. So we might see a very big uptick in independent study in lieu of what's going on. So this is, some people will choose to go that route instead of risk, depending on what type of job and their situation. So we have to plan for the change that are happening. And we can't, a lot of people closed up their independent study and with the lower grades, and now they're pivoting to open up that option to keep them within the district because of the climate that we have with our constituents.
And if I may add, one of the reasons why the teachers and the students enjoy this, because the intention was to have a virtual best first instruction, and this company was the one that allowed us to do that. Asynchronous pacing, scaffolding, right? And specifically the digital assessments that gave it a more in-depth, okay, lessons for the kids, for the students.
Board Member Dominguez?
Yes, I don't see on here about they providing any literature in Spanish for any Spanish-speaking students or EL students. How are they supported in the independent study?
I'm gonna have her come up. She's dying to get up there. She's looking at me like, I want to talk.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Vice President Mr. Martinez, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and Cabinet. My name is Kira Kingdom. I'm the Assistant Principal at Zupanik Virtual Academy, and I love my school. It's amazing what we're able to do given the independent study format. To address your question immediately, Ms. Dominguez, the great thing about Edgenuity is all the additional tools that they allow us to have. So the entire program is translated into Spanish. In fact, we had an EL newcomer, level 1 student. Her name is Marcela, one of the best students that we had this year, hands down. She walked across the graduation stage while she is still now learning English because of her amazing teacher and because Edgenuity allowed her to access that material in her native language. So one thing that's especially important to me is that we're always getting learning, right? No matter what, of course, we want to always adapt and have our students learning English, but learning that information is still important, and Zupanik allows with the Edgenuity program for our students to do that. And in addition to that, this program has helped us increase our reclassification rates, going from 0 students reclassified at our school up to, I believe it was 5 total this year, with more that have now gotten a 4 on the LPAC as well. We saw a 60% growth in our LP levels this year, so 60% of our EL students are making progress in this program. The way that the teachers have learned to work with it, they've learned to use it to their advantage. They've learned the ins and outs of this program because we've had it for a few years, and they're able to leverage that with the students to get those best outcomes. We've seen some prelim CASP scores from this year. Our ELA is through the roof. I don't want to speak on that, out of turn, but we've seen a huge growth this year with ELA. And while our math growth did not grow as much this year, last year we saw an 11% increase. In fact, we had the highest math increase in the high schools for our CASP scores at Zupanik Virtual Academy. So I truly believe that it is working and it is offering the things that we need. The program continues to need aspects of it to grow and change. But Edgenuity is a great foundation. And just from personal experience, I came from a position of being a curriculum manager for another company. Edgenuity, as far as I've seen, is one of the best out there, if not the best, because of the scaffolding, as Dr. Burciaga mentioned, the way that they do their assessments, the way they do pre-test to figure out why students are, at that level, what standards they need to work on. And we continue to work with the vendor that they're releasing even more courses that are more up to date, that they're constantly expanding on. So the program, we continue to leverage it. We continue to build on our program at Zupanik, but I think Edgenuity is a great start to that, so we can continue to grow our students and academically.
Thank you. Any further questions?
As Dr. Lewis mentioned, having a virtual option is extremely important. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not just choosing any company, that we're really choosing the best company for us, and that grows, our student achievement in that area.
Yeah.
Yes. So I appreciate you coming up and sharing more. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, guys.
All right, let's ready for the vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
We move on to item F7, approve a renewal agreement with Thought Exchange. Do we have a
So
mo-
move.
Second?
Provide unlimited thought exchange surveys for use by all service areas effective July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $64,310 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussions? Okay. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F8, approve a renewal agreement with EPIC Special Education Staffing.
So move.
Second?
Provide special education and related services to ensure compliance mandates effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $250,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion? Okay. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F9, approve a renewal agreement with BEAM.
So move.
Second.
Complete critical assessment support for independent education evaluations for the 2025-2026 school year effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $60,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion? Okay. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
That's not my job.
Go ahead. Montez?
Aye.
Okay. Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye. Ooh, a lot of phones. Okay.
Item F10, approve a renewal agreement with Summit K-12 Holdings Incorporated.
So move.
Second.
Provide an adaptive, technology-driven, differentiated supplemental English language development fluency program for approximately 1,395 long-term English learners in grades 3 through 12 to prepare for the English language proficiency assessment for California, effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, at a cost not to exceed $60,860.25 and to be paid from the general fund Title III.
Any questions or discussions? Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F11, approve a renewal agreement with Natural Gas Systems Incorporated.
So move.
Second.
Complete weekly inspections, maintenance, or repairs as needed for the CNG fueling station effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $105,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussions? Okay. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F12, approve a renewal agreement with PF Services.
So move.
Second.
Complete yearly inspections, maintenance, or repairs as needed for the diesel gasoline fueling station effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $60,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion? Okay. Board Member.
I actually,
Okay.
I
Board Member
actually,
Dominguez have the floor?
just for if the Dr. Judy White can provide the board kind of like an expenditure and revenue, what is it? Not a bill, like a spreadsheet, just to see what our expenditures are and what our revenues are with the CNG station, fueling station, please. And that's it.
Okay. All right. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F13, approve a renewal agreement with NVB Equipment.
So move.
Second.
Complete yearly inspection, services, or repairs as needed of automatic fire suppression systems installed on school buses effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $60,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion? Well, I just want to say maintenance is something that you can't ignore. And a lot of times to maintain our fleet, maintain all these fire suppression, the sprinkler, It costs to have the quality because we have students in children's lives. So this is something, maintenance, cost replacement is way more. And just having our rotation of upgrades when it's timely for the new technology. This is sort of like the belly of the schoolwork you don't see, but when something erupts, everyone knows. So thank you so much. Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay. Item F14 was pulled. We move to item F15. Approve an agreement with Allegro Learning.
So move.
Second.
Pilot and adaptive technology-driven differentiated language and reading program for approximately 1,000 English learners in grades K through 2nd and newcomer English learners in grades 3 to 5 in the structured English immersion program at all elementary schools for the 2025-2026 school year effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $61,950 and to be paid from the general fund Title III.
Any questions or discussion?
Structured.
Board Member Williams?
Sorry, structured English immersion, is that also, what is that? Is that the dual immersion? Is that part of that? What is that? It is, okay. Okay, thank
What was
you.
your answer to a question? Can you speak in?
Sorry, I was talking to myself. I apologize. Good evening, Board Member Williams. Yes, it is the DLI program. Okay, yes, thanks.
Any further questions or discussion on that? Board Member Williams?
Yes, aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F16, approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2025-2026 school year.
So move.
Second.
Any questions? Discussion?
Yeah, just wanted to
Board
know.
Member Williams?
Thank you, sorry. What is this? We're just saying what it is, or we have a plan to like recruit?
Yeah, these numbers are here based on the estimates that we're going to need for next school year, and saying that each one of these particular areas, how many we're going to need qualified teachers in these particular areas. So the numbers here are estimates based on this year's numbers.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay. Further questions or anything? Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F17, approve the K2 screener for the 2025-2026 school year.
So move.
Second.
Approve the full implementation of Amira as the district's K-12 literacy screener for the 2025-2026 school year based on a positive pilot results in alignment with state requirements effective June 12, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $100,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion?
Question.
Vice President Martinez?
Is this truly K2? I thought we had to implement from T through 2.
Good evening. This is a new state mandate that is specific for K2 screeners to identify students with difficulties in reading.
Okay.
So we do have a screener that supports our TK students as well. That is our universal screener that is for TK through 6th grade. So this
Okay.
is very specific.
All right. Thank you.
Any further question?
And just to be clear.
Board Member Williams?
Yes, just to be clear, so it is our expectation that our TK students also start learning to read at that level too, right?
Of course,
Okay.
yes, that is an expectation and it has been implemented since the program started.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Any further questions? Okay, we're ready. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F18, approve the representatives to the California Interscholastic Federation for the 2025-2026 school year.
So move.
Second?
Approve the appointment of the principals and athletic directors of Carter, Eisenhower, and Rialto High Schools as site-level representatives of the California Interscholastic Federation League for the 2025-2026 school year at no cost to the district.
Any questions or discussion?
I
Board
think-
mem-
I
oh,
think
go
our-
ahead. Board
I
Member
think-
Dominguez?
I think our CIF teams are amazing. They did a wonderful job this year, and I just got to give all of our high schools, athletic directors and principals and athletes that just make Rialto a wonderful place. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F19, adopt resolution number 242558, authorizing contract for completion of the district's enrollment center shade structure project.
So move.
Second.
Any questions or discussion?
I'm happy we're completing this job.
Okay. Go ahead, Board Member Dominguez.
Aye. That was-
No, I thought you wanted to make your statement.
Oh, no, I'm just happy we're finally completing the job, so
Okay.
after the.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F20, adopt resolution number 242559 for the education protection account.
So move.
Second.
Any questions or discussions? Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Item F21, selection of the search firm for the recruitment of a new superintendent. Motion.
So move.
Second.
Okay, now we have our questions and discussion. And I'm going to ask the attorney to come forward so we can make sure we have this process correct. So are we going to vote on each one independently, or we vote together because it has two names, or which one our selection?
So it appears that you have an option between two firms, correct? And you're going to
Correct.
select one tonight. So the motion should actually be a motion to approve a specific firm. And so a board member should make a motion for a preferred firm. There should be a discussion, a vote. If that vote is unsuccessful, then there can be another presumably different motion made for the other firm, and then discussion and a vote on that.
I had a question. So we have,
First, we have to make a motion on a particular firm, or we can take questions as a whole.
Well, I mean, you've already had presentations, you've already
Yes.
had information provided to you. So the appropriate step at this point is for someone to make a motion for a preferred firm to be appointed.
I make a motion for Hazard, Young, Atty and Associates.
second.
Questions and discussion?
I just want to be clear how this process works, because we have our first item as selection, and then the other one as approve the contract. And if we wanted any kind of negotiations or questions on pricing, what happens?
I mean, that was part of the RFP process that was presented
Yeah.
to you. Ordinarily, that would have happened.
And it did. Go ahead, Superintendent, to answer that question.
Yes, Attorney Keeler, is it proper to approve of a contract and to direct the district or the staff to negotiate further?
So what you could do is you could select the preferred firm in item F21, and then, before you would approve the agreement, you could discuss parameters for that agreement and give direction to the superintendent to attempt to negotiate that deal. I mean, that could happen.
Any further questions?
Just, I would say it's pretty rare for there to be a negotiation after the RFP process, but it is possible. I mean, it's something you can do. Our firm participates in RFPs all the time, and people generally come in making the best offer that they're going to make.
Mr. Keeler, can you just explain what RFP is so that way?
I'm
the
sorry,
public-
request for proposal, and so what the district does is it puts out, we want a search firm to do a superintendent search, and people make a presentation to you, they present paperwork to you, they have their rates and cost structure. But that being said, from time to time, we do participate in the RFP process, and a district will come back and say, okay, but we don't like such and such, we don't like that. So it is possible to select the successful firm and appoint them essentially, or choose them pending negotiation of an agreement. But that would have to come back to you at a subsequent meeting for ratification.
Well, we have 2 items on the agenda, and we do have a meeting in 2 weeks. So I see that, so since we have 2 items, can we say that, and I understand we have a motion on the table and that it would have to be a different motion, to direct the superintendent to open negotiations for that. Is that possible to ratify it in that way?
Well, that was done. It was done from the original 5. It was done when we selected down to the 2 personnel, and the personnel consultant was given a letter. And so this is pretty much, it is sort of what it is. Yeah, so they've gone through 3 or 4 steps. And so these were the 2 personnel human personnel did submit some letters and confirm, and this was the contract that these firms will agree to.
These look like the original. They don't look like anything. They look like the very original.
Well, no. It was letters that was drafted to both of them. So I think what we're.
I have a question.
Okay, so I think what we're saying is first we have to vote on the motion of picking the firms. Go ahead and state your question.
Yeah, so the board received RFPs from a variety of firms. And we did a matrix scoring each firm based on a number of things. Pricing is one of them, and other things. Then the consultants for the district tallied up the scores and came up with the 2 top scored firms. And those 2 firms were given an opportunity to come and present here at the board. They presented based on the original RFPs or RFQs. Is it fair to allow the firms, or if we allow one firm to resubmit new pricing or lowered pricing, do we have to allow the other firm to do the same? Or could there be a potential consequence of not?
That's a great question. Okay. For example, if you were building a school and you put it out for bid and you received all the bids and then you said to the top bidder, okay, but come back and give us a better deal. Okay, that'd be inconsistent with the public bidding statutory scheme related to building schools. Okay, there's a very specific scheme for that and process that you have to go through, and you take the bid as you get it. Sometimes there are alternate, things thrown into it, but you get a hard number and the low bidder generally gets it, okay? And you don't go back and renegotiate after the fact. When you're dealing with professional consultants, it's different because there's not a statutory mandate for an RFP process, not a statutory mandate to go through the public bidding. So you do have more flexibility in that regard. And so it would not be unlawful for you to request a change to their proposed contract after selecting them. So it's different.
Before selecting them.
Or, I mean, if you were to select the search firm here, but you've broken it into two parts. You're selecting the firm, and then you're approving the contract.
No. The question is before selecting the firm. In other words, is it fair to allow one firm to resubmit an RFP after they have already done so, and then not allow the other to do the same?
So the way I would propose that you do it, if you do have a preferred firm, is that you would vote to choose that firm, and then if you had recommend or suggested changes to the agreement, that you could make those subsequent to identifying them as the preferred firm.
So if the district negotiates with one of the firms before this, shouldn't it also allow the same opportunity for the other firm to do the same?
You're not actually required to have a process that's as
fair?
Well, as structured as you do for the public bidding.
Let's clarify. Both firms, before it was submitted, said, give us your best and final. So it's no one firm was asked. It was gone through the process of, we all did the blinded rubrics. We all did the presentation, went to the top two. Now it's coming for a vote, and we said before we press, is this your final for both firms with negotiation? So we could put it in our packet. So I think this is what it is. It's like, it's not, you're gonna go back. We're gonna have to make a decision, but both firms at the same time submitted, not to any board member personally, but they submitted it, and this was printed here. And we reviewed this and read this, and this is what they stated was their terms.
What's the cost difference?
For Young and Hadley, because I don't see it on here.
What's the cost difference for both firms?
Well, first, let's.
Can I ask that?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just getting a point of order here. For this discussion on the one we have the motion on, should we continue that and then, or we should go ahead into this deliberation?
So there's a motion. Has there even been a second?
Yes.
We're discussing. Right?
No, it was a second question.
Okay, so there's a motion, a second. I think you can have a pretty wide-ranging conversation when discussing which firm to choose. And, okay.
Okay, Board Clerk Montes?
So what's the cost difference between the two firms? Because it's my understanding one is charging off the base salary of the new superintendent. So for example, if the base salary is an average of $350,000, what would be 30% of that? Well,
90,000, depends.
90,000
if it's 300, if it's 350, 120,000?
I'm a lawyer, not a math guy, but that sounds about right.
So one firm's asking for 30% of the base salary.
Plus its fees?
Plus the fees, and then the other firm's just asking for just one flat fee.
Well, one firm is doing, if we sort of read it out,
27,500.
and how much community
For-
engagement, and background, I mean, you have to look at the whole packet. So do we want to read?
No, I'm just comparing the cost. We have to take into consideration the cost. If one firm's gonna charge $30,000 and another firm's gonna charge $100,000 or more, we got to take that into consideration.
Packets with me.
But is that the case? Is it really flat? Is it really flat or are?
100, I think, I want to say off the top of my head, it's 100,000 just for them, plus their 33% off the base salary, plus any of the travel, plus any other hidden fees for Young and Hazards.
From what I was reading, I don't think there's additional fees for translation into Spanish. I think it was other languages that had a fee on there, but I think Spanish was included. And I want to keep in mind, as we deliberate on this, that, in my background, I was a subcontracts administrator for years, so there was always room to negotiate, especially for something like this. And it's, and like Mr. Keeler said, some types of bids, are stated up front, this is best. We're going to do this on lowest bidder. We're going to do this like we do a lot of stuff on best responsive bidder. Something like this with such an important decision, it can't just be based on cost. It has to be who's going to get us the very best superintendent possible. So I do see that one does have a lot more experience with hiring superintendents. I am a very frugal woman, but there are some things like shoes I don't believe in being frugal about, and food. So we have a lot to consider with this, but if we were to choose one or the other, I would want to be very clear on price. I would want to know exactly what we're getting, and I think we've had a little bit of. I'm not sure it's clear for everyone right now.
Well, I think that I don't want to mislead. The proposals and their contract is in the agenda. It's been posted. So I don't want people to take bits and pieces out without looking. You can go back and sort of for our viewing to go through the presentations. They're on YouTube. Actually, the whole proposal is here. We can go back and forth for another month. The search firm is not picking the superintendent. We are. What they're doing is bringing us a pool of our top 5 or top 4. We are selecting the superintendent. Our public engagement said, we want to be in this process. We want to be available. We need a local, who know the local climate. So when we looked at the two and when we all read this, it was postponed for our last board meeting for further board members to take a deep dive into the proposal. So the decision-making of the timeline, are we looking to January because we can't decide on a search firm? And pricing is sort of the pricing and the quality. Do we want a local? Do we want a non-local? Do we want video? All this has been a contrast. But what I've heard from the community is they want to give input. So for my personal, philosophy is what firm can do the due diligence with all the stakeholders and able to have that accessibility, have the support staff, because our support staff is getting ready for school. So they can't just be reading and doing survey. We need someone that has the support staff of whomever. But tonight, we have to make a decision. We can't keep putting off July, August. The search firm, whomever we go with, they're bringing a pool of people. And we have to have time to select and look at that pool, look at that background check, and we are picking. But we want them to do the work and be capable of doing the work with a track record of doing the work for someone for our climate. So
And I think they both have a good track record.
that's why they came to top two.
They both have good, qualified professionals with experience. I just think we should take into consideration the huge contrast in pricing.
Rating specialist.
And it's really important. We should have made this decision at the last board meeting, but it was,
gave
the
people leeway
the
to
decision was made to pull it. But just because one vendor charges more than the other doesn't mean you're always getting what, you're always getting what you pay for. And the selection of a firm needs to be deliberated and discussed seriously by the board, because the selection of a search firm, as many people know, has a great deal to do in helping a district really come to the conclusion of who the best candidate is. The last thing we want to do is to get a search firm who's going to basically shove somebody down our throat or push somebody onto our community or
I don't
onto
think this
this
board
district.
will let that happen.
No, I'm not saying either one will.
Yeah.
We're all too
But
outspoken.
we need to discuss it, we need to deliberate it, we need to take into consideration the differences. One is David, one's Goliath, one's small, one's big, one's charging a lot, one's charging more reasonable. It's just a matter of discussing it. There's no need to.
May I?
Go ahead, Vice President.
I'd like to table the current motion and second, and I'd like to make a motion.
Well, I think we need to vote it up or down at this point. Well, we've
I believe-
already.
Let's hear
tabled.
your
I believe
motion.
With my motion, it would.
Okay, we're still.
So
in
you can request a
discussion.
friendly amendment. Tabling isn't the appropriate
Okay. I
parliamentary.
make a friendly amendment to select Hazard Young Atia and Associates with a not to exceed $100,000, and to give it to the superintendent to negotiate the particulars.
And since it's a friendly amendment, the person making the original motion would have to consent to that, otherwise there would be a vote. And you're not required to consent to it, but you can.
Well, we're all.
Now,
I will. You have a question?
yes, with us making this amendment and putting a price barrier on the motion, is Young Atia going to agree to that? I
What
mean,
the
it's,
phone call would
okay,
do, the negotiation part.
I mean, that's the whole point of the presentations and everything of the proposal. So now we're negotiating without the other party. Is that like even legal to do, or?
I think it is legal to do.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we gotta get a firm started here.
So the question is, Dr. Lewis, do you accept that as an amendment to your original motion, or do you not?
I do not, because I think when someone put their RFPs and they put their pricing in there, this is what we have to abide by.
So Mr. Martinez could now make a motion to amend, not a friendly motion, but a friendly motion, a motion to amend that would then be voted on by the entire board.
Okay, I make a motion.
I second your motion, your friendly
Well,
motion.
let him make his motion first.
Well,
it has to be a
First,
Yeah.
um,
Now it's a clear emotion. Go ahead.
one of them is expensive, the other one is inexperienced, in my estimation. I would prefer neither company, but given the restrictions of one or the other, I would go with experience, and that is why I'm recommending Hazard Young Etienne and Associates over Ray and Associates. So if the board wishes to, I am recommending a vote on Hazard Young Etienne and Associates.
I second. That was his,
So that was the main motion.
yes.
Okay.
No, well, it was not accepted with a not to exceed.
And so he was saying you can now make an action.
But you can make a motion to amend the main
More aggressive
motion,
with it.
which would then be voted upon by the entire board.
You would say the same thing, except not
Well-
the friendly part.
Okay, if I understood right,
Oh, sorry.
Dr. Lewis did not accept the not to exceed portion.
That's correct. So you cannot do a friendly amendment, but you can now do a non-friendly amendment where you try to force an amendment if you want to do that, in which case you would make the same motion, not as a friendly amendment, and the entire board would vote on it.
Well, I have a question. You said that, that one is inexperienced and one is expensive. I'm assuming that, you're saying that Ray and Associates is inexperienced, but they've been in business since 1975, I believe, or 1970s, with, successful candidates and.
Would you like to, I will gladly poll Hazard Young if you'll make the motion for Ray and Associates.
Oh, well, I didn't.
Well,
make
let's,
motion for Ray and
we need to sort of
I tried.
make a decision. So the motion,
I would like to make a motion. I'd
Well,
like,
there's a
like 10
motion.
motions right now. We have like 10 motions.
There's a motion pending from Dr. Lewis, so you can take a vote on that.
well, so as you suggested, that there could be a friendly motion and then there could be a regular motion.
Yeah.
So that's where I am.
A regular motion to amend.
Yes, a regular motion to amend.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to amend to choose Hazard Young and Associates with, as you said, a not to exceed of $100,000 where we would negotiate.
And now there's a vote to determine whether that motion to amend is effective, which is not the final action, it's just whether it will change the main motion. So
What about a substitute motion?
we need to finish the motion to amend and vote that up or down.
Do we need a second?
There has to be a second.
Second, that's identical.
Okay. So now there would be a vote.
all right. Any further question, discussion on that new motion? Okay, we're going to vote by board member. Board member Williams?
Aye.
Board member Dominguez?
Nay.
Board clerk Montez?
Abstain.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And I.
Okay, so now, just to make this clear, you have a new main motion, and it's exactly as stated by Ms. Williams. So now you debate and take a vote on the new main motion, which is to approve Hazard Young, Atia and Associates with a $100,000 cap.
With the contingency to renegotiate.
So,
Yeah, with, to
We don't know if
negotiate a
they're-
$100,000
We don't
cap.
know if they're gonna.
Wait,
You do not.
okay,
Yeah.
so this is still the same board item or is this?
Yeah, same
Yes,
board
same board
item.
item.
All you did was you made a
We're
motion
just-
to
we're just
amend the
selection.
main motion, and now you have a new main motion.
so
And-
move.
What page is that?
Perfect.
Second.
Any further questions or discussion? Okay.
So we're actually voting for the actual firm now.
Yes.
Yes, just the firm. Okay. Any
So I
more?
understand, I have a question.
Okay,
That is with
what's-
the not to exceed.
Correct. That is the
That
new
was
main
the
motion.
amendment that passed. Okay. Any further questions or discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Vote by Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
No.
Board Clerk Montez.
Abstain.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And I. Okay.
We have firm.
Big mistake.
All right, so that means we have to pull, if I'm correct.
Well, you could approve the contract subject to a negotiated revision with the cap that you approved in the prior action item. So you could take a vote on that and direct the superintendent to negotiate that term. And if they accept it, then you have a deal and you do not have to come back with it. But if they do not accept it, then you do not have a deal.
And does that
And
mean
we
that
have
we go
another
with Ray and Associates or?
Well, you would have to bring it back for future board action.
Oh, Lord, that's more delay.
We could,
Okay, so repeat, rewind.
So the motion would be to approve the contract of Hazard Young, Atia and Associates, subject to a not to exceed clause of $100,000. And you would be giving the superintendent a directive to make that, to negotiate that change. If they refuse, you do not have a contract, but if they accept, you do.
Correct.
And if you want to make that motion, you can just say, I want to make that motion.
I want to make that motion.
Second,
Name that tune.
any further questions or discussion?
Just, so this motion is to approve the contract?
Subject to,
Speak in the mic.
Negotiation.
Oh, okay.
To speak, so this motion is to approve the contract with our terms?
with an added
cap.
not to exceed clause of $100,000.
So,
Okay, so we had a first, we had a second. Any other question or discussion?
I think it was more to negotiate the best, terms not to exceed $100,000.
And frankly, if they don't accept that, there is another firm.
Which we should have come
Okay,
with.
so our motion is still the same. Are you changing the words?
That wasn't the same to me, because one was saying to make it, a not to exceed, versus a flat rate versus a percentage. My motion is saying to authorize the superintendent to open negotiations for the best terms of the contract not to exceed $100,000.
Well,
But I don't believe
Yeah.
that is what was stated in item F21. I do not think that's what was stated.
It's not.
And we just capped it.
So,
and we turned it over to the superintendent
Yeah.
to negotiate at 100,000.
That's correct. That's my understanding. That's what it seemed
My
like.
understanding.
Okay.
I make a substitute motion that if
Speak-
they don't
speak.
accept, the
Well,
cap, that we go with the other firm.
No.
Then we don't have to come back.
We can't.
I second that
No.
motion.
No, we have to do this motion on the floor with the contract, then we have to come back and have the discussion again.
You need a vote on the motion on the floor.
Right. Okay, so we have a first and a second. Okay, any further discussion?
So
Did
this
you
is
get your
just
two
for the
clarified?
contract.
Yes.
Get your clarification. All right, so what is
Okay.
the motion again?
The motion is to approve the contract with Hazard Young, Atia and Associates, subject to a not to exceed cap being placed into the agreement for a maximum of $100,000.
Why are we making this complicated?
All
And
right,
if they don't want it,
go ahead.
we go with the other firm.
You can bring it back and go with the other firm, but that would take a subsequent meeting.
Or we can just put that in
No,
tonight.
pause.
Is what he's
No,
saying.
that's,
We can
Make an amendment to.
Put it to the, in the language.
Yeah, put it in the language and make the
If they-
motion all at once.
no.
I
I don't want to do that. I
no,
think that's two
because
separate
we
actions.
have to know what we have to know what the negotiation was, and we have to be able to vote all in open session.
Mhm.
So you can't just say yea or nay.
No, the other one's
No,
already
with
on
rate.
there.
With
The other
rate,
one's
their
already
flat
there.
rate, their prices are
Well,
there.
I mean, you never know. You never know. So we're gonna do this motion?
Let's
You should
start.
vote on this motion.
Wait, I do have a question. What if, so we put the cap of 100,000, but yet their travel or whatever else extras that we
That's
have to
total.
pay,
That's
that's
total.
total, that's
That's
including
total.
everything.
That's total, not to exceed. That's the motion. All I'm saying is, if they don't want it, let's just award it to the other
Well, no, we have to have a vote.
to the other company.
Okay, all righty.
So,
And
can we
so
make that
you're making a
amendment?
motion to amend this motion to say if they reject it.
Then we go
We
with
just
Ray.
go with the other option.
That's a
we don't
whole
have-
different.
I mean, you already appointed, well,
That way we don't have to come back, bring it back again. This is the second time we already brought it back.
so you're proposing an amendment that would say if that
If they
revised contract with a cap is rejected, then it would be awarded to the other finalist.
Yeah.
Correct.
I think that's, we need to do this, we need to be able to, vote then if they are clearly and say no, then it needs to come back and be discussed, and then,
The thing is that we've been, we've delayed this so long that,
Well,
we've had to extend Judy's,
the-
excuse me, I'm speaking.
It's
So they've expended, we have to extend Judy, Dr.
56.
White's, contract. So, I mean, we really need to move forward. We need a superintendent. Judy's has, her contract and we need to move forward.
well,
We can't just be
we
fiddly
need
paddling.
to like vote on these amendments and this work that we're doing here. I don't mind discussion, but we can't like keep lumping all these things together. So you vote yes, you vote no, and then we can move forward.
If we would have heard of Reyes, we would have been done.
No, I just want to point out that there's nothing wrong with us discussing this.
No, it's,
And taking a little bit of time to deliberate about it. A board member suggested we put a cap on it because the way the contract looks could be like it'll cost more than $100,000 the way it was, the way it could be perceived originally. So one board member suggested a cap, which is fine. Everybody agreed, or the majority agreed. Now, this is contingent on if the vendor agrees to the cap or to the new negotiated price. What I'm saying is, if they don't, why not award it to the second runner-up, to the second finalist, rather than having to bring this back again
And
at a
delay the
subsequent
process.
meeting? Hazard Young might say, hey, that's fine, we'll do it for 100,000. But if they say no, then let's just give it to the next runner-up, is all I'm saying.
but the thing is this is a slippery slope of when people put their contract in. And, if you're doing this and then someone underbid, someone overbid, whatever the bid, these were the two that we're sort of voting on. If the other agency just said, well, I did 20, but hey, if you were willing to do this, now I want 80. So at this point, and the services that they're guaranteed or whatever might be different. So that is what I'm saying, is that if this is not agreed, and the next company can come back and we can say, you know what, maybe you need to come back with us with another contract with a cap. So that's the type where you have to do it one at a time. Because to be honest, that one's sort of low. So maybe if this one said we're not going to do it, so that's why it has to be separate. The other one might review and say, you know what, we need to do more. So you need to have that leadway of having it separate. We have the two, that is clear. But I wouldn't hold a contract that they won't have room, and we're not going to vote on a cap. So we selected a firm, and this is just my opinion. We're all expressing our opinions, right? This is our firm, and this is what they offered for this price. The amendment was made to have it not to exceed, right? So you can't just say, if it's not going to exceed 100,000, they say, well, no, we're not going to agree to that. I don't think it'll be fair for the next vendor, Ray and Associates, to say, well, I'm just going to limit myself to 30 or 40,000, when we as a board would say, you know what, we do need something more. So and we should be able to be fair to whoever is selected. So we might say, you know what, we need more community, the stakeholder, and it has, we thought about, this was a bare minimum, might we want to go? We know our top number that we're going to go through, so I think it should be fair and not separate. That's
Well,
just my opinion.
The fair thing to do would be is if the one that's being offered the job, if they don't want to accept the price cap, a generous price cap of 100,000, because a lot of the other firms were also nowhere near that price. So the fair thing to do is, if they don't want to do the work for the price cap, offer it to the other firm. They're not asking for more. They've already given their price. There's nothing not fair about awarding it to them if the first one doesn't want to accept it.
You're assuming they're not, I think we need to just
Exactly.
get the
So what's
contract.
So what's wrong with approving the motion and giving it to the second if the first one doesn't agree?
I withdraw my support for that idea, so we can get this moving.
Fine.
If they do not accept, then we should look at the third and the fourth option. That way,
So I just want to put it out there. So we went through our process, we scored, and then we heard from two. That's what we did. We got to know them because we're going to be working closely with them. We wanted to see them in person, hear from them what they were going to do. That wasn't necessarily to say, you give me the lowest, I'm going to go with you. You did the highest, I'm not going to go with you. It was for us to get a feel for who we thought was going to be able to bring us the best pool of people and help us along with this process in the most efficient, the best way, according to what our community needs. So, like I said, I'm a frugal woman, but this has to be a discussion of more than just money or just going to the next person. This is a carefully thought out decision that, yes, we need to move forward on. But I want us all to keep that in mind, that this isn't just lowest bidder. We're not picking, apples to apples, gumballs, They're not necessarily going to give the exact same level of service.
Madam President,
Yes.
may I offer additional information?
Yes.
Additional information is that we had our consultant, Mr. Kelly, helping with the process so that I, even as an interim superintendent, was not directly involved. But he did inform me that he contacted the HYA and that they did say that they were willing to negotiate. So that is a statement, but I couldn't say it for him. He couldn't come tonight, but that is a reality. And I think that the more you deliberate as a board, and I respect all of you, we don't want to jeopardize the next thing on the agenda. Because it is important that we stay within a timeline. Mr. Martinez, I hope you keep what you stated already so that we can move forward. But the board as a whole still has to finish that vote, I think it is.
Yes.
You need to finish that vote and then vote on the idea that the people say second, because it is the board as a whole. And once you guys vote, then that's the way it is. But I would like to strongly encourage you to allow us to negotiate and stay within the 100,000. Vote that in first, and then if you see the need to have a backup, I don't think you will need it, but if you feel the need, then either vote that you have the backup or not. But to continue the discussion, I don't think it's as healthy as we've been. I want us to be healthy, and I don't think that to continue that is going to cause us to be more healthy.
Concur.
excellent
Okay.
input.
Ready? Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
No.
Board Clerk Montes?
No.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And I. Okay, next item.
Item F23, amend the contract with interim superintendent Judy D. White, EDD.
Okay, and so I need to
We could do a motion in a second first.
read before action, the oral summary.
After I
Okay.
read the paragraph, then you could read the.
So move.
Second.
It is recommended that the governing board approve an amendment to the contract with Judy D. White, EDD, to serve as interim superintendent and after the employment of a new superintendent to serve as an executive coach during the 25-26 school year, consistent with Government Code Section 54953. The vote will be preceded by an oral summary of the salary and compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits under the agreement.
Okay, we come now to item F.23 on the agenda. Pursuant to Government Code 54953C3, prior to taking final action, the board must orally report a summary of the recommendation for action on the salary or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of a local agency executive before discussion and vote. The proposed recommendation is to approve and amend to the contract for the interim superintendent effective July 1, 2025. The interim superintendent contract shall be extended to June 30, 2026, and it shall include executive coaching services. The interim superintendent shall receive $1,500.00 per day, as she is subject to the annual earning limit for retirees under the California State Teachers Retirement System. The interim superintendent has declined medical benefits, retirement, or any other fringe benefit during the term of her contract. Okay. Vote by board member
All at one?
on the personnel.
Just question, did you say June 30th?
June 30th, 2026.
Oh. Okay.
June 30th, 26.
Once the superintendent, she would move over to the executive coach.
No, I know.
Board member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Thank you for reading my mind. Yes.
And aye.
I don't think the board had a chance to address item F24. Are we returning to closed session?
We are returning.
Yes.
Actually, can I make a point here? When you were first discussing E5.1, I thought you were going to pull the item related to that one employee and then vote on the rest of E5.1.
That's
Yes, what we did.
Is that what was done?
Yes.
That's what I have on my notes.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure, and I asked Rhonda, and both of us were confused, so I just wanted to confirm that. Perfect. Thank you.
Correct.
Before we go into closed session, my father passed. His Father's Day. And my mother is ill. So I'll be leaving. So Vice President Martinez will be here. She's my mom. So I have to go.
Yes.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Kobe. This is heavy. You sign yours?
Can you make a motion to go back in closed session? Yes, you to do that.
Make a motion to go back into closed session?
Thank you. Can I have a second? Thank you. All at once to go back into closed session. Aye?
Aye.
Thank you. We've got a couple of items and we will return. Okay, we're back. It is 12:39, and I was just trying to remember. It's been a decade since we've been here this late, so thank you, everyone. I apologize for keeping you up so late. I'll be sleeping very well at 7 in the morning, thinking of you. Just teasing, you know that. Okay, we're up at F24, but
Actually,
first we need
can
to,
we adjourn? Yeah, adjourn.
we need to close, reopen open session, close
I
closed session.
make a motion to close session.
I second it.
Thank you, and vote by everyone at once.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, we are now on, let's see, we have a readout. Dr.
Open
White?
first. Yeah.
Can we do F24 first? And then the readout, or?
It's customary to do the readout.
Do the readout. Which one?
He's doing good. I turned in a pumpkin at 7.
I don't have to read out to the expulsion.
Oh, was there a separate readout for the expulsion? No. We're just gonna vote
Action
on it.
taken?
We're just gonna vote on it.
Okay.
So do these first.
Okay, I'll do these and then we'll do F24?
Yes.
Okay, apologize for the delay. So we have one correction for the readout. The Board of Education accepted the appointment of Denise Sanchez, Elementary School Assistant Principal for Simpson Elementary, effective July 1st. The roll call was unanimous. Originally, I think before it was written Dolores Sanchez, so this is just a correction. It was Denise Sanchez. Report out. In closed session, the board approved resolution number 24-25-42 to change the titles of certain certificated management positions for the 25-26 school year and directed the interim superintendent or her designee to send out appropriate legal notices. Dr. Stephanie Lewis was absent. Joseph Martinez, aye. Edgar Martez, aye. Evelyn Dominguez, aye. And Dakira Williams, aye. Conference with a legal counsel, existing litigation. The Board of Education took action to approve an agreement settling San Bernardino Superior Court case number CIVSB 2307540 in exchange for a full release of all claims. Motion by Dominguez, second by Montez, by a vote of 4 ayes and 0 noes. The Board of Education approved the release of probationary employee number 2696635, Nutrition Service Worker 1, effective May 19th, 2025. The roll call vote was as follows. Dr. Lewis absent, Joseph Martinez, aye. Edgar Montez, no. Evelyn Domingos, aye. And Dakira Williams, aye. 3-1. In closed session, the board approved resolution number 24-25, number 44, to change the titles of certain classified management and confidential employees for the 25-26 school year, and directed the interim superintendent or her designee to send out appropriate legal notices. Dr. Lewis was absent. Joseph Martinez, aye. Edgar Montes, aye. Evelyn Dominguez, aye. Dakira Williams, aye. That concludes the report outs.
Thank you, Dr. White. Okay, we are back on F24, stipulated expulsion. And let's see, roll call. Well, motion and second first.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, and Ms. Williams, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Clerk Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Dr. Lewis is absent. She had to leave early. Okay, and we're up for adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on June 25th, 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Casalunas Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, here in Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the superintendent's office. Okay, motion and a second to get out of here.
So moved?
Second.
All right. Vote by board members all at once.
Aye.
Aye. A joyous 4 ayes. Thank you, everyone. Time is 12:44.